I'm glad you guys are doing okay, though.
Good morning. 9 a.m., January 26, 2020. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much for joining us on this rather chilly morning. We do have citizen input, and we do have several emails that have come into citizen input. One asking for additional support for Horse Ridge. And then we had 4 emails in regards to supporting and saving Worrell Park. So, and we do have someone who wants to testify. I believe it's Donna Owens. Yes, would you like to come up to the microphone and identify yourself?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us, Donna.
I'm kind of nervous. My name is Donna Owens. I live here in Bend, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide you some comments. Should I just keep going?
Yes, of course. You do have 3 minutes, and the clock is...
Oh, okay, I better hurry. Comments are directed at your Monday decision to approve targeting the Worrell Wayside as a location to redesign the existing park into a parking lot. Worrell Wayside was designated a park, not a parking lot, when created by county commissioners in 1997 by proclamation to be a county park. Now a potential future courthouse expansion is being discussed, but there are no plans, no pre-application submissions, no approval, nothing in the public record that I could find except for the artist rendering, which was provided to you on Monday, January 24th, saying that you need more parking. Worrell Wayside is a county park, as I said. It was not set aside for the citizens of Deschutes County to be a convenient 1-acre redesigned park into a parking lot. If Worrell Wayside has issues with accessibility, with park-like function, my suggestion is for the commissioners to establish a focus group to address those concerns. If it needs to have features to provide a sense of place, then make a county park plan. Instead, you have voted to demolish the park under the guise of redesign and excavate and blow it up so that an additional 48 parking spaces can be carved out into a blacktop parking lot with some grass, picnic tables, and benches. Currently, there are trails, picnic tables, benches, and a gazebo. There is grass. There's non-native flowers and trees, but there is also a wonderful assortment of native plants. Ponderosa pines that are likely 100 years old, junipers, native shrubs, and grasses, which are all well established. Once the established native landscape at Worrell, the established landscape does not need irrigation, and it's an example of prudent landscapes in our high desert environment and sustainability in drought conditions. Besides providing an example of native landscaping, activities such as farmers markets, children from the adjacent daycare center, and other events could occur now. The park doesn't need to be flattened to encourage these activities. Once there is that existing native vegetation will probably never be reestablished, at least in my lifetime. I believe the county has some options. The fairgrounds in Redmond as a north unit courthouse would not require any expansion here. I think the call for the need for additional parking space is a little cart before the horse. Before you spend $2.5 million, I think that some more information on needs to be provided for what's actually needed. Did I make it?
Yes, you did excellent.
Thank you.
No, thank you for coming. I so appreciate hearing you this morning. Is there anyone else in the audience that cares to speak? Okay, then let's go ahead to our consent agenda.
Move approval of consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
So just for discussion, just acknowledging FTE backfill at the clerk's office. So we are on that rise of FTE at Deschutes County, and it's the right thing to be doing. So I'm just showing support. With that, I'll vote yes.
Okay, and Commissioner Chang?
I will vote yes as well, and also just on the subject of the county clerk's office, we will be considering a couple other items to boost capacity there later.
You voted yes too? Okay, and the chair votes yes. So consent. We will now go to our public hearing. Tariq?
Thank you very much, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Tariq Rawlings, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department, and I've placed a script with Chair Adair, and there are also some stapled public comments. There should be 4 of them that have been received since the agenda packet upload last week. One has a series of photographs included with it that depict some traffic conditions. And at this time, if you have your script in front of you, Chair Adair, I'd give it to you for sort of the first line there.
Yes, I've now highlighted where it says chair.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you, Tariq. This is the time and place set for hearing on file number 247-201-00400-PA401-ZC for a comprehensive plan amendment to change the designation of the subject property from agricultural to rural residential exception area, and a corresponding zone change to rezone the subject property from exclusive farm use to multiple use agriculture. And staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Thank you very much, Chair Adair. I'm going to share my screen here briefly and give you a brief staff report. If we can see that up there.
Yes.
So the hearings body, the Board of County Commissioners in this case, will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning a request for approval of a plan amendment and zone change application. The address of the subject property is 61781 Ward Road in Bend, Oregon 97702. The applicant, Central Oregon Irrigation District, is requesting approval of a comprehensive plan amendment to change the designation of the subject property from agricultural to rural residential exception area, and a corresponding zone change to rezone the subject property from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural 10. All testimony shall be directed to the hearings body, and at the conclusion of this hearing, the hearings body will deliberate towards a decision or continue the hearing or deliberations to a date and time certain. The hearing will proceed as follows. Staff will first provide a brief report, and then the applicant will present its testimony and evidence. Then the appellant will present its testimony and evidence, followed by any opponents or proponents that will also present their testimony and evidence, and then finally any other interested persons will then present their testimony and evidence. Lastly, the applicant, as the party bearing the burden of proof, will then be afforded an opportunity to present rebuttal testimony, and then, if requested by the board, staff will be able to provide closing comments. The Zoom hearing procedure is being used to conduct Zoom in addition to the in-person format here. Zoom will work in that there are participants, the Zoom participants are either considered panelists or attendees. Panelists are on video, attendees can view the panelists, and at the start of the meeting, all microphones are going to be muted to prevent audio feedback. Panelists will be the board and county staff only. Attendees will be the applicant, the general public, and the media. The Board of County Commissioners and the county staff will be unmuted, and the chair and county staff will read the opening statement. County staff will present its report and answer any questions from the commissioners. And then for public and party testimony in general, there is no sign-in sheet for remote testimony. Whether you're in person or remote, you must please provide your name and mailing address at the start of the testimony. And in addition, please clearly state any procedural objections, if any, to the hearings process as part of your testimony. For applicant testimony, the applicant will be elevated from an attendee status to a panelist. They will then give their presentation and answer any questions from the board. The applicant will then be returned to attendee status with their audio muted. For public testimony and interested parties, the chair will next accept public testimony in the following order: attendees participating by attending in person, attendees participating by computer, and attendees participating by telephone. For computer attendees, they will be elevated from attendee status to a panelist, and their audio will be unmuted. They will provide testimony and then be returned to attendee status with their audio muted. Then the next person will be selected that's joining with computer, and that process will repeat until all those participating by computer have testified. For telephone attendees, the last 4 digits of an attendee's phone number will be announced, and then the announced individual will be elevated to a panelist and answer whether they wish to provide testimony. If they answer no, then the person will be returned back to an attendee status with their audio muted. If yes, then the person will provide their testimony and then be returned to attendee status with their audio muted. Then the next person joining by telephone will be selected and have their last 4 digits of their number read, and then the process will repeat itself until all those participating by telephone have testified. The applicant, as the party bearing the burden of proof, will then be afforded an opportunity to present rebuttal testimony. And then lastly, if requested by the Board of County Commissioners, staff will provide closing comments. A full written version of the hearing procedures is available at the table at the side of the room there. And at this point, commissioners must disclose any ex parte contacts, prior hearing observations, biases, or conflicts of interest.
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed. Commissioner DeBonne?
I have none.
And Commissioner Chang?
I have no conflicts.
And as chair, I have none. The hearing body discloses conflicts, so we're saying none. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner, member of the hearings body, based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts? Does anyone in the room want to do that? No. As no challenges are presented prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the public hearing?
So, Madam Chair, I'd just like to acknowledge, the procedures being worked out. It's evolving over time. A few years ago and before COVID, it was in the room, please join us for public testimony. And now the opportunity is available via Zoom, via video, and the telephone. This is a technology transition that we're acknowledging, and we're really working hard to make sure that anybody and everybody can testify. And I would just, advocate to make sure everybody understands that it may not go well sometimes, but we'll work through it.
At least it's going better today than it did last Wednesday.
Yeah, as I say, it's this
So,
technology.
that's the good news. Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. So as we've discussed, the file number today is 247-21-000-400-PA and 401-ZC. This is for a plan amendment zone change for property owned by Central Oregon Irrigation District and located at 61781 Ward Road in Bend. This is a 36.65 acre property that's east of Bend. The assessor's map number is there. It's tax lot 1000, and we had just gone over the address there. It's exactly adjacent to the City of Bend's urban growth boundary, just to the west of the subject property. There are requests being made. The plan amendment request is specifically to change, the existing comprehensive plan amendment designation from agricultural or ag to a rural residential exception area. And then a corresponding zone change request to change the existing zoning district from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural 10. And these maps show the corresponding plan amendment change as well as the zone change there. The review process thus far has first begun with the first of 2 required hearings with a hearings officer. This first hearing took place on August 31st. There was a decision rendered in October that we'll go over in the next few slides. Then this hearing now is the second of 2 required hearings before this one is before the Board of County Commissioners. We'll go over it at the end of kind of when we talk about open record, but there will be a couple readings for any type of drafted decision before adoption, and then we can talk about timeline for how plan amendment zone changes are adopted at the end, should it be adopted. And then exactly how we show here, the decision ordinance takes place sometime after this deliberative process. The hearings officer hearing, as we talked about, took place on August 31st. There were 3 in-person commenters that were opposing the proposition. So there was concerns mostly related, and these mirror similar concerns in the other 12 to 13 written public comments that are focused on growth management, growth of both the county and the city, wildlife habitat and wildlife values, property access in terms of addressing, but also in terms of kind of open space access for recreation, and then impacts on farming, whether that be sort of large-scale commercial farming or hobby farming. In that hearing, the applicant's attorney provided oral testimony, and a recommendation of approval was mailed out on October 31st of last year.
Was it the 13th or the 31st?
Or, excuse me, the 13th, exactly.
Okay.
Had Halloween on the mind, thank you.
There you go.
So, and then, but right in your packet there, or excuse me, things that are outside of your packet, but stapled together in front of you right now are 4 public comments. I do not have the 4th one written in the presentation here. I just received it about half an hour ago. So I have, there should be 4 collective comments. One of them includes a series of photographs. They all kind of revolve around the same concerns about traffic, wildlife, open space impacts, and growth and farming. So with next steps, the 3 options to move forward are that we can continue the hearing to a date and time certain, we could close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date and time certain, or we can close the oral and written record. And with that, I'm available for any questions you might have. And I'll just place an area map here. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, but if you need me to place this this area map up, I'd be happy to do that. But you also have a physical one just facing you here next to Dave Doyle's desk.
I do have a question for you, Tarek. The map that's in the packet, 2 pieces of property are identified on it. One is EFU TRB and the other is MUA 10, but the rest of them aren't. And I'm just wondering, were there any other strange identifications? I mean, is the brown EFU on the map? Because there's no key with it. So.
Exactly. It's just labeled on the imagery right there. We can certainly include a key if we need to adjust it.
No, I just was wondering, I was just like going, okay, so this must.
You've got it exactly right. The brown is EFU, and it's actually the same color for the ag.
Right.
With the plan amendment, and it's showing the proposed transition. It's showing how it would be moved into RREA designation or MUA 10.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
And so now we're ready to open the public hearing?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm available for questions if you have, but we could move to the applicant's testimony at this time if that
Does
would
anybody have any questions?
Nope.
be good. And I believe the applicant's attorney is in the room, is that right? Yeah, Tia, whenever you're ready, go for it.
I didn't see a sign-in sheet, but should I turn this on?
Oh, sure.
Oh, thank you, sorry. Good morning, thank you. My name is Tia Lewis, and I'm the attorney for the applicant. I believe my client is also online. I'm not sure, I don't see his name up there. Well, actually, probably doesn't have his name up there because he's calling in from a different phone, but I think he's online, so in any event, thank you.
What's the applicant's name?
Craig Harrell from, yeah. I don't know that we'll need him immediately, but please bring him and make him available. Thank you. Okay, good morning, thank you very much. So I don't have a really long presentation planned because, the hearings officer's decision is pretty detailed, and we agree with the recommendation of the hearings officer and the findings as set forth in the decision. I know there are a few opposition issues, and so I certainly will address most of those in rebuttal, assuming that some folks are going to testify. But I did want to just briefly go over the application and just a little bit of background, and then I'll just turn it over to whatever public testimony is available. My client, Craig Harrell, is also available from the district, and he's here to answer any questions and possibly testify on rebuttal, but he like me, does not have a formal presentation because the application is pretty much speaks for itself, as well as the hearings officer's decision. As both staff and the hearings officer have indicated, this is a plan amendment zone change application. There is no development proposed as a part of this application. This is a roughly 36 and a half acre piece of property that the district holds. It currently is vacant, and it is just a part of their real estate holdings. The purpose for the plan amendment zone change is to take the property from an agricultural, or what we call a resource zone in our state, to a MUA 10 zone, which allows agricultural uses but is not considered a resource zone. And we have the soil studies that have been done for this property that have been submitted to the state and certified in accordance with the process set forth in the administrative rules, demonstrating that this property is not agricultural property as that term is defined in both the state statutes and the county code, and therefore it is no longer considered agricultural land, and the agricultural zoning should be removed. In this case, again, we're taking it to a MUA 10 zone, which is a multiple-use agricultural zone. We have no development proposed now with this application, nor do we have any development proposed in the future. We had to go through a significant amount of criteria associated with the plan amendment and the zone change, many of which implicate whether or not the change would be consistent with the county's comprehensive plan. And so there's a number of detailed findings that the hearings officer set forth as to why this property does not qualify as agricultural land, and it's consistent with the county's comprehensive plan to remove these non-productive agricultural lands from agricultural zoning. It's also, coincidentally, consistent with, I think if there's one thing, at least one thing that all three of these board members can agree with, is that it's not economical or responsible for the county to maintain non-productive agricultural land in an agricultural zone for a lot of reasons. One being that it makes it difficult for the city of Bend to conduct urban growth boundary and urban reserve area planning because of the agricultural zoning, the improper agricultural zoning. The other thing, it makes it difficult for the county to administer and to allow uses on land, productive uses and sometimes agricultural uses, but on property that is non-productive agricultural land, it should be put into a non-resource zone so that the state resource zoning is for lands that are really resource lands and are protected as resource lands. So that's the majority of the criteria. There also is a transportation element associated with a zone change and comprehensive plan amendment. Even though there's no development proposed, you do have to address the transportation planning rule whenever you change zoning or a comprehensive plan amendment. And we've done that through a transportation study prepared by Joe Bessman. It's Exhibit 9 of our application materials if you look for it, but it is analyzed and addressed both by the county's transportation planner. He gave comments, and the study was edited according to his comments and resubmitted and then accepted by the county. And then the details of that report are set forth in pages 24 through 25 and pages 50 through 52 of the hearings officer's decision, establishing how the proposal complies with the transportation planning rule. And essentially what the transportation planning rule, the exercise that's required to go through as a part of a plan amendment zone change is to look at the property under its current zone, the worst case scenario, like what is the most traffic intensive use that you could do under the existing zone, and then to look at the property under the proposed zone and what is the most traffic intensive use that you could do under that zone, and make a comparison, and then determine how many trips are either increased by the zone change or decreased, and so on and so forth. And so that study, again, at Exhibit 9 of our report, it analyzes the transportation planning rule and the potential uses. And essentially, the most traffic-intensive use that could go under this new zone would be a cluster subdivision, which would allow up to 7 home sites on the property. Under a regular subdivision, up to 3 home sites could go on the property. And so what the study looked at, and the most traffic-intensive use under the existing zone, in the EFU zone, I think was like well, we looked at the marijuana production facility because that's a pretty traffic-intensive use, but there's also some, debate about whether or not that could be approved. So we looked at some other lower uses that wouldn't be cannabis related as well. But in any event, the study determined that there could be up to an increase of a total of 49 trips difference between the existing zone and the proposed zone. But those PM peak hour trips were like 2 to 3. And what it did find is that all of the impacted intersections operate at acceptable levels of service, and none were found to be significantly affected by a zone change. Now, there will be, whenever the property gets developed, at whatever point it is and for whatever use, additional transportation analyses to determine what actually is going there and whether or not it would create any impact to the transportation facilities at the time. And so, and that way you look at because we all know there's a lot of improvements going in this area. In my projects alone, I know of 3 roundabouts on 27th Street that are going to be built. So that's just my projects. I don't know how, all the other projects, but you look at the transportation impacts to those facilities at the time that any development is proposed. And again, this project doesn't have any development proposed with it. I don't know, I can answer any questions. That's pretty much, I don't want to go into a bunch of issues that aren't debated, like the opposition has specific issues that they want to talk about, and they can talk about those, and then I can come back up and rebuttal and address them. But I'm happy to answer any questions if the board has any right now.
I don't know, are there any questions right now?
So maybe just a sense of Central Oregon Irrigation District. You mentioned the applicant, Craig Harrell, but he's the district manager. There's really it's a membership organization, water allocation. There's a board associated with it. It's the history of Central Oregon. I'm kind of answering my own question here, but I'm just, if you want to say a little bit of sense of what the Central Oregon Irrigation District is, and then also the concept of, has there been water applied to this property in the past, used for farming, and has anybody lived on this property? And it may be in the record, but just a little bit of information out there.
Okay, I'm going to, let's see if Craig can talk about the district itself and the history and.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. The goal when we looked at this property is COID has owned this property for many years. There's never been a water applied to this property. It's never been in agricultural use. So the board has put me in charge of managing. We have over 3,600 acres of land to manage and to put to a higher, better use. We do this for many reasons, but we are a business. So having a piece of property that's EFU that has no EFU, believe me, if there is EFU land being brought in to UGB discussions that is farmable, I will fight for that. This is not a fight today on whether this is farmable or not. So we are trying to put things into higher, better uses. We have no plans, but we do have a portfolio of land that helps us get loans, that helps us leverage our opportunities. We use this land as any business would. So we keep it in our portfolio. And that's the intent with the district. We've done this for 100 years. We've been landowners for 100 years, but we like to make our land be put in the best position it can be. And that means that eventually, if the UGB expands, this land will more than likely be brought in. And with the last UBG expansion, this, if it would have been zoned correctly, would have been brought in and would have been developed just like the adjacent properties were developed at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Tia, did you want to add anything else at this time?
No, I just was available for any additional questions. Otherwise, that can conclude the applicant's presentation, and we'll come back up on rebuttal.
Okay, I did have a question. It said that the Bend Parks and Recreation District has a planned trail called the Central Oregon Historic Canal Trail, which runs through the property. I was wondering do we have that on a map somewhere, Tarek?
It's not on a map so far. It's mostly captured in Henry Stroud's agency comment from Ben Parks and Rec, where they had expressed a desire to form an easement with the district. But I could have, it looks like Mr. Harrell has some notes on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we work with Ben Parks and Rec, and our ditch roads, we typically, when we do development or we see opportunities, we work to give adjacent ownership easement rights for the park district to maintain and operate. And we call it the Central Oregon Historic Trail. We started calling it that about 5 years ago, and we look for those opportunities with the park district.
Okay, so nothing is actually identified then on this 36 acres. There's just the possibility of it?
Yeah, we haven't worked with the park district on this. We've done it from Ward to Gosney with the park district. We've done it on our Siphon Power property off of Blakely down along the river. And we've done it along Reed Market to American Lane. So we've done quite a bit there.
Patty, I can add, or excuse me, Commissioner Adair, I can add the discussions about that go contemporaneously with development proposals as you get into, if it were to come forward with a development proposal, whether it be still in the county and some sort of rural development proposal, or whether it be in the city and an urban development proposal, that's when we would start talking to the district about what that trail looks like, how it's going to be improved, and provide for public connections to the remainder of the trail sections.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have other people in the room then that did want to testify? I don't have any blue forms fill out. Yes, you may. Okay, that's fine. You can fill it out. You can finish it when you're done speaking. Please sure and identify yourself.
My name's Joshua Janes, and I live at, or should I give my address here?
Yes, please.
61780 Southeast Camellia Street in Larkspur. Nice to meet you, Tarek.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so my partner and I chose to live in Larkspur primarily because it's so close to some open space, rural space to the east. It's a safe and a quiet neighborhood with not a lot of traffic. And we only heard about this proposed zoning change maybe last week, unfortunately. So we're concerned that the zoning change will naturally lead to development. And I know that, Tia, you mentioned there are no current plans for that, but as Craig said, they are a business. And I think we can sort of read between the lines that their goal will eventually be to develop this land in one way or another. We don't want to lose that open space and access to the outdoors, the wildlife habitat there. We don't want to see our neighborhood become heavily trafficked more than it is. And as it is, getting off of 27th into the neighborhood and out of the neighborhood feels pretty dangerous. So it was good to hear that traffic circles might be brought in. But I would like to see, before any of this is approved, what are the plans for this land? I don't know if that's possible. Maybe there's no plans yet, but contingencies, if you will, that if it is developed, that traffic will be managed, and that, you know, analysis of that open space and wildlife habitat, that it'll be protected, that we will continue to have the quality of life that we have right now, preserved, if you will. So anyway, so I was concerned about all these things. Right now, east of 27th, between this parcel of land and 27th, there's about 300 homes. This week, I went door to door and just did a survey with my neighbors, and we created a petition. And of those 300 homes, as of this morning, there's about 170 signatures on the petition asking the board to not approve this rezoning. I'd like to know if there's other options for rezoning, like rezoning it in a different way than rezoning it to residential housing. Could it be rezoned as park or open space? I'd like to know what those options are. Yeah, and so I just want to make sure that as a community we're heard and that our interests are protected there. And that's about it.
Okay.
So thank you.
No, thank you so much. And
Sure.
please fill out your blue sheet so it goes in our record. Thank you, Joshua. We have the signatures with 136 on it that Tarek just gave us. So thank you. Yes?
Yeah, I did not fill out the blue, but I do have a few questions.
Sure. If you'll please identify yourself and then fill out the blue when you're done. And it is like a 3-minute time.
Okay, I can do
But
it.
Joshua did it with 8 seconds to spare.
Okay, it was good. Okay, my name is Oakley Taylor. I live just east of this development area. I've been in Bend for 36 years. I've been paying checks to COID for 36 years. So I am concerned about some of the access points on I'm assuming 27th Street. I'm also thinking about sewer capacity with that Stevens Road project as well. I'm also wondering how this is going to affect people that live on the canal as far as the access road that goes right past our house. We have just had our COID bill doubled as far as the water usage. So I've got a lot of questions because I do think that this is going to eventually get developed. And I used to live on 27th Street before it was even in city limits, right on Starlight Drive. So I've been kind of pushed further east. So I feel like it's happening again. And I think there's going to be so much, I understand that city limits can't really go west anymore. They have to come east. So I am considering what this is going to do to sewer capacity. And right now it goes on down 27th Street to this treatment plant. We are currently on septic, and we live right off of Modoc. So I'm very concerned how close this development is to us, and naturally, I can see development happening quickly. So these are my concerns, and I actually did sign that petition, and there's other neighbors that are very concerned about this as well. So, and I'm wondering about the water source. So is this all going to be Avion water for this development? 36 acres, you can put a lot of houses on if you're going from agricultural. And what is, I'm not sure the density on the rural residential. So I can see this coming. Anyway, I have a lot of questions still, and I really am hoping to keep up with the development of this situation as it goes along. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Oakley, for testifying today. I appreciate you coming in.
Okay.
Is there anyone else in the room? Stephanie, is there anyone on Zoom?
There is, but there's no raised hands.
Okay, no raised hands on Zoom?
I've got one.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you identify yourself with your street address, your mailing address, please?
Good morning, my name's Brent Wilkins, and I live at 61764 Southeast Camellia Street in Bend.
Thank you. Brent, we're glad you're going to be able to testify on this, and you do have 3 minutes. So thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Commissioners Adair, DeBone, and Chang. Your time and attention to this matter is greatly appreciated. I am one of the ones that submitted comments today that Tariq mentioned at the outset of the hearing, And if you look at the photographs that are attached to it, the first 4 are for the subdivision located at 27 in Capella that are in the process, of being constructed. Photographs 3 and 4 show that this subdivision is moving towards completion and that there's no turn lane for that road. Now that turn lane to get in that subdivision is approximately a quarter mile, or around a quarter mile to the next intersection that issued in those photographs, and that's the remainder, and that's the one at 27th and Darnell. And so I live there, and I turn right to go to work every day, and sometimes I wait there for a minute to 2 minutes, and then I have to turn left to get into my home every day. And this is before we're even talking about any type of development, and people pass me on the right, and so that's my foot standing there in the indentation, which is at least 6 inches to maybe a foot deep, where there is now a pothole. And so the concerns about traffic at this time don't need more development or zoning change. They're here and present. And as this continues to occur and more roundabouts are built and things of this type, this isn't going to go away. And so as an attorney by trade, I can understand the confusion by a lot of persons who are appearing in front of you today that don't understand the difference between a zoning change and an actual development plan. But the reason why there's that confusion is that there's a present problem at this location that's not being addressed. And so that's why the opposition is here in my mind. And so that's the concern that is occurring, is that you don't need another zoning change or development to say that there will be a problem. There is a problem. Southeast Bend, since I've grown or moved in and lived there since 2015, has grown tremendously. And this is a pattern that will continue. And that as you look at this, the idea of anywhere from 3 to 7 more residences isn't the issue. It's the collective development in the region that uses that main arterial. 27th is the main road on the east side that goes north and south, and it's not sufficient to meet the load that exists at this time. And so that's why there's concern here, particularly since there's a business located there at Eastside Gardens with high traffic volumes. Something needs to be done irrespective of this application.
Okay. Thank you, Brent. Is that the end of your comments then?
Yes, my time has expired, and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
No, thank you. Thank you for reaching us. I appreciate it. Okay, do we have any others? Okay. Are there any, maybe we go to the phone calls. Are there any anyone on the line then? Okay, no phone calls then. Okay. All right, then I believe we can go back and the applicant can do the rebuttal now.
That's the flow we have, yep.
Thank you, Tia Lewis, again for the record. So, again, we did study the traffic impacts from the proposed zone change, and there are certain requirements that you study when you change the zoning, even though there isn't a development proposal. And we did study the intersections required by the county and required by the transportation planning rule, and determined that, as Mr. Wilkins even acknowledges, the addition of 3 to 7 homes in the area isn't going to significantly affect transportation facilities. I'm not trying to diminish the idea that there are transportation improvements needed along 27th Street. That certainly is not really debatable. But this project didn't cause those inadequacies, nor does it contribute to any in any significant way to the further deterioration. As I mentioned, and I think we all know, there's a significant amount of transportation improvements planned in that area. 27th Street was developed to county standards, and it's eventually going to be improved to city standards with additional intersection improvements, not as a result of this project, but as the result of the development that everybody is seeing in that area. So I will try to address the other issues raised by the folks who testified. As far as sewer, this project will have no impact on sewer. If it's developed while it's in the county, it would be on septic drain fields, and if it is brought into the city, then a sewer analysis would be done. I do know, for the benefit of the folks that are currently on septic over there, that I do know that that project that's going forward, that's currently inside the city, adjacent to 27th Street, the Stevens Ranch project, is bringing sewer down to that area and is going to extend a main across 27th Street to serve some of those properties that are inside the city limits and not currently served. But that's just because I know that, not because this project has any impact on that. The other thing is, if it were developed in the county, it would be under, they would be on well water. There is no, I guess Avion is in the area and could possibly serve the property, but we don't foresee it being developed under county standards. The plan is to hold on to it and have it be developed under city standards, which would again require water and sewer analyses and a demonstration that it could be served. With regard to the density, I know Ms. Taylor indicated that she was unaware of what the density was in the rural residential zone. And this is an MUA 10 zone that we're taking this property to, not rural residential. The density is 1 unit per 10 acres, or you can get a density bonus if you do a cluster subdivision. So in this project, there could be anywhere from 3 to 7 homes if it were developed under the county standards. And if 7 would mean that it would have to go through the cluster subdivision standards, so it does require a 65% preservation of open space, as well as some other significant analyses, including transportation, because it is, as you guys know, a conditional use. So those applications have a number of criteria related to impact to the surrounding development, compatibility, those sorts of things, and layer upon layer of criteria that would need to be met in order for it to be developed with a cluster subdivision. I don't want to diminish Mr. Wilkins' concerns again about traffic, but those intersections that he cited to were included in our transportation study. Again, the development that is currently going on in this area is contributing to the problem there and the new subdivision. This project, according to the studies, has no impact on those particular subdivisions or particular intersections. And then lastly, with regard to the signatures on the petition that Mr. James submitted, so again, I don't want to diminish people's concerns about their neighborhood, and I like open space as much as anyone else, but referring to someone's private property as your open space and asking the board to protect that, if it were my property, I would find that offensive. I mean, it's not mine, it's the district's, but it is their property, it's private property, it's not open space. And I'm curious if all the people that signed that petition thought it was open space, because that's what's in the letter that he wrote with the petition. I mean, maybe you can, I don't know, we don't really have to go back and forth, but, and that's why I think as a community, we got to start having the right conversations, right? So this isn't agricultural land, and it isn't open space. What is it? What should it be protected? If we want to protect open space in this state, in this community, then we should have conversations about protecting open space.
Yeah, I do have a question then.
Yeah.
You had said that if you were approved for a cluster development, if it was in the county, that it has a 65% open space designation.
It has a 65% open space requirement to get approval for a density bonus in a cluster subdivision.
Right, okay, so what I want to know then is, if you're saying that if that happened and there's 65%, is that public open space then?
It is not.
It's not, it's just, it has to look open, but nobody can walk on it.
No, it's open space for the community, the cluster subdivision community. So when you develop a cluster subdivision, the idea is you're getting permission to increase density above the 1 unit per 10 acres. And you're going to cluster the home sites in an area so that you can get that increased density, and so that you can build less roads and have less infrastructure serving the whole. And so you use the remaining land that you're preserving in the open space to justify the density bonus and to provide an open space for that community. It is not public open space. It is an open space for the community of the cluster subdivision.
Right, so you're saying like it's all in like a little cul-de-sac and there's 7 homes around it, and then their property would go like fan out from this, wherever they placed it.
Theoretically, yeah.
Yes.
And you go through the whole conditional use process to determine whether or not that type of community would be compatible with the surrounding area in which you're seeking to put that.
Okay, because I just thought it was important to clarify, is it a public open space or is it just the owners, you know?
Well, and we're not proposing a cluster subdivision. That's just the worst-case scenario of what could be approved on this property under the proposed zoning classification.
Okay, thank you.
But my point in my testimony about open space is that this property is not open space. And if a community wanted to designate this property as open space and provide it for public use, then they would need to pay the owner for it. That's called a taking. That's what the Constitution protects against. It protects the government from taking Mr. James's property, just like it protects the government from taking COID's property for public benefit. And so if you wanted to take it for public benefit, and I'm not saying that taking property for public benefit is a bad thing. We need it, you know, we have to. It's how we got railroads, and that's how we have pipelines and schools and roads, you know. Not everybody wants to sell. So it's a process you have to go through, but that's not what this is. This is a piece of property that has economic value to its owner. Just as Craig indicated, he has a responsibility to the district patrons and the members to manage this in the most economical and responsible way, just like you guys have a responsibility to the citizens of the county to manage the lands and to zone them appropriately and not have land sitting out there zoned in a category that they don't meet the qualifications for. So that's all I'm saying, is that, you know, if we want to talk about open space in our community, then we should have the conversations about what that means and weigh the risks and the benefits and all of the requirements that go in that. Because right now, we have a lot of land zoned for resource in Deschutes County that people think of as their open space. And I'm not criticizing Mr. James, because that's exactly what people think of. All these forest lands and all these ag lands, they think of them as their open space. And maybe we want that to be our open space, but if we do, we got to have the right conversations about it. We can't just call it agricultural land or call it forest land and then have it not meet the requirements for those. There's a lot of regulations that go into agricultural land and forest land, and as we've all found out, there's a lot of things that you can do on agricultural land that people don't want done next to them, like a marijuana facility. There's a lot of things you can do on forest land that people don't want done in their open space. So let's call it what we call it. Let's call it the right thing. That's all I'm asking, and that's what this application is about, is taking the zoning to a category that's actually consistent with what's going on in the community and the uses and the comprehensive plan and the statewide planning goals. So I would ask that you close the record, close the hearing, and vote to approve the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Technically, we can't let you speak at this moment. I'm sorry. What do you think?
So at this point, it's either closing the record or leaving the record open, because there could be, you know, an open record period, I guess, would be the next step. So maybe Tara can help us.
I know, I was reading Tariq in the original hearing from Brent Wilkins, that he was concerned because 4 of his neighbors did not receive the notice from the county. This was last summer. So I just thought, gosh, that's, the county we have to be really careful when we're doing something so that people are properly notified. I think that's incredibly important, so.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do our noticing per radius, but then with this one, we did have a lot of interest, and so we did our best to just kind of add individuals to the mailing list. If there are any, that's what maybe a good use of this, if we do decide on an open record period, maybe a good use of that is likely that there are outstanding comments, things like that. There might be a use for that, but if we were looking at a standard 7, 7, and 7, the first 7-day period would conclude on February 2nd. That would be for new evidence. The second 7-day period would conclude on February 9th, which would be a rebuttal to materials acquired during the first 7-day period. And then the third 7-day period would conclude on the February 16th. And those are all at 4 p.m. on those days, which is a slight difference from the past of 5 p.m. cutoff. So. And that last 7-day period is reserved just for the applicant to have final legal argument. So that would be a standard 21-day open record period, but happy to adjust it as the board sees fit.
Well, so yeah, Madam Chair, I would support closing the oral record, and thank you very much for everybody for testifying, and leaving a written record open for that standard period.
I know, Commissioner Chang?
I would support that, but before we decide how we're going to proceed with this hearing, I also just wanted to say that many people shared a lot of perspectives today that were, helped us get a full sense of the values and issues at stake with this land use process. And there was a framing that I didn't hear that I would love to just offer on my own or offer myself on this, and that is to zoom out to the 90,000 foot level. This is the fastest growing county in the state, one of the fastest growing counties in the nation, and the location we're talking about is right on the frontier of that growth. Ground zero, because our state land use planning system encourages growth to occur at the edges of existing cities through urban growth boundary expansions. And that is for people who live on that boundary and appreciate the open space and quiet that they have living on the edge of that boundary. That is not a pleasant thing to hear, but that is literally, that is the way that the state directs us to grow through urban growth boundary expansion. So, we've talked about multiple steps in a process here. A zone change, the development that's possible with that zone change to MUA, and then the potential growth that's and development that's possible under an urban growth boundary expansion annexation. And it really seems like a lot of the concerns that have been expressed are about that second scenario, when a 7-unit cluster development or 3 houses in a 36-acre area. That's not the big concern for people. The big concern is what happens if the city of Bend wants to annex that land into their urban growth boundary. And some of what we haven't heard today is how the city goes through that process, how they look at potential growth, how they plan for water, sewer, road infrastructure in those areas. And so I guess one of the things I would encourage people to do, and this is looking far out ahead, and I don't know whether the city is so busy with immediate today concerns that they would be able to do this, but I would encourage particularly the constituents who have made comment through written or oral testimony that live within the city of Bend, that are already city of Bend taxpayers. I would ask the city to come out and lay out their process for planning for growth. explain how this has worked at the edge of the urban growth boundary during past expansions. And that may address some of your concerns about infrastructure and traffic. It may be disappointing for people who are interested in maintaining open space. But that is, that is at least one way to really get a picture of what growth might look like in your neighborhood in the next 5, 10, 15 years. I know that the city is very willing to engage with neighborhood associations and provide presentations and information when requested. So, that seems like it could be an appropriate channel to try and get that, crystal ball look at what growth might look like in this area moving forward.
Okay, so I believe we all agree. Do we need a motion to keep it open for 7, 7, and 7 then? I know our legal is
Chair, you
on
can
Zoom.
Kind of just document it as the chair is how we've done it. I don't know that we make a motion for it.
Dave, do we need a motion?
I think I saw Adam jump in there, but I
There he
would
is, Adam.
recommend a motion, just to make it clear that you're going to hold the record open 777. This is a legislative matter, so you're not fighting any particular time issue.
Okay.
I would just make a quick note. It's actually a quasi-judicial matter just on this plan amendment zone change, just because it focuses on a single property.
Good catch, thank you.
Okay. So that was a yes?
I believe so.
Okay. Let's be real clear
You
here.
want to convert your
Oh, yeah, so
proposal
that,
into
make
a
it real
motion.
clear. So as I said, a motion to close the oral record and leave the written record open for a standard 3-week period with the dates mentioned.
Absolutely. And I could just give a reminder, especially for maybe folks in the room, about the kind of rules surrounding those weeks, if you think that might be helpful.
After a vote, and then we can.
Yes, we need to vote.
Oh, sure, sorry about that.
Are you seconding then?
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, and I truly want to thank the people. Oakley, I heard you were living on 27th, and then you moved out, and, somehow Bend is so popular. Yes, and we are growing so fast, and yet, as someone who appreciates open space, it's truly a dilemma, but you are living in one of the most beautiful places in the world, I guess you could say, or definitely in Oregon.
Commissioner, I might suggest in light of this being quasi-judicial that you solicit from the applicant or their attorney whether they're in agreement with this 777.
Okay. I know she had asked that we would close everything now. Tia, as the applicant?
We don't have an objection. Thank you.
Thank you, Tia. Okay, Tart.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was just going to reiterate the first 7-day period begins now, January 26th, and will conclude on February 2nd at 4 p.m. That first week is for any kind of new submittals, so that's to the public, that's anyone that wants to submit any kind of written testimony or materials. The second 7-day period is going to be from February 2nd until 4 p.m. on February 9th. That week is reserved for responses to materials received in the first 7-day period. And then lastly, that third 7-day period is from February 9th to February 16th at 4 p.m., and that is reserved just for the applicant's final legal argument.
Okay. Thank you so much. And when will it come back then? Will it come back on the 16th at that meeting?
We will likely need time after that to draft a decision, and then so I'll work with legal counsel for how long that might take. And then essentially, we're planning on having a first reading sometime after that. Or then, excuse me, we'll have to deliberate in light of that drafted decision, exactly. So that'll be part of drafting that first decision, whether in light of the hearings officers or if you go a different direction. Yeah, and it looks like Mr. Gutowski.
And so it will truly be after the 16th of February?
Yes, absolutely. I think we'll have to do sometime after the 16th, unless Mr. Gutowski has.
Peter?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the commission. For the record, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. I just want to be clear that at your next meeting, the board will first deliberate on the record and provide direction to staff then to prepare a decision based on that deliberation. So for anyone that's listening online or here attending in person, that there's no presupposed outcome at this point. There's an open record period as expressed and articulated by the Board of County Commissioners. Then there will be deliberations. Based on those deliberations, staff will then follow through to determine what the next steps are. But I want it to be clear that no way is staff or the Board of County Commissioners predetermining the outcome at this time.
So Peter, it will not be on February 16th, though. We'll take everything in, and then we'll have our deliberations at some point after the 16th, the following one?
I think that's a fair statement, just given the fact that there's opportunities for the open record period, rebuttal, and final argument. We want to make sure that there's ample time for staff to prepare that, distill it in a staff report or a memorandum. Tarek Rollins is here for those that are in the audience, and if he doesn't already have your contact information, you can reach out to him, and he'll certainly let everyone know when that forthcoming meeting date occurs.
Okay. Perhaps February 23rd? Perhaps.
Yep. That could be a tentative date, yep, if it's on the board's calendar.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. And yeah, exactly. That we'll pick it up either on the 23rd or we'll get you an updated date. But I'm marking that date for now.
Okay. And I do want to thank everyone, and Tia too, everyone that was here today. We so appreciate your public comments. I think it's one of the ways that government needs to listen to people, and it really does work better when you can come in person, and I thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules. And Brent, I know, had a letter in the record, so thank you for him speaking on Zoom today.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Next on our agenda appears to be the Health Department.
Yes, I've been coordinating with Eric for Janice and Cheryl, who are assigned for this topic, since we're about 35 minutes early.
Oh, my gosh.
Look at that.
We're that early, huh?
Well, who would have thought?
There were a lot of people represented, but 135 were on a petition, so,
No, he actually said up to 170, I think.
yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, he had up to 170 now. I know, amazing.
If we wanted to do a few other items now, I could.
Sure, why not? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I had intended to share this during other items on Monday, but we ran out of time. So last night, Tuesday night, I held a town hall event. And just spoke with constituents about a wide range of county-related topics, things that had happened in 2021. My goals for 2022, I had about 100 people in attendance by Zoom, which was way more than I thought were going to show up. There was a decent number who were registered, but in general, I figure that when 100 people sign up for something, that maybe you're going to get 25% of them. But a large number of people showed up, and we had a good discussion. I recorded it, and I hope to make that available at some point in the future on YouTube or something like that. I'd also, I could report back from the Cannabis Advisory Panel meeting on Monday night that there was a great deal of very valuable information presented by Detective Miller and the district attorney's office about basically what is being done in the community to curtail black market marijuana production and sales. And I think that the committee was well set up to think about what investments of marijuana tax revenue could do in those areas to support essentially law enforcement approaches to curtailing black market marijuana production and sale. And so that was what I asked them to think about for the next meeting. The next meeting, which will be in April, there will be tax revenue money in the bank by that time, and they will have the opportunity, to start making recommendations to us on how we should be using those funds.
Great. I know only one person could attend the meeting, so I'm hoping that perhaps I can attend the April meeting, unless it's, we're doing, it's a permanent appointment. We didn't discuss that, did we, at our?
Well, we can publish it as a public
If we just
meeting.
notice it differently next time, then
Okay.
all three of us could attend.
Yeah, I thought that was unfortunate. Commissioner DeBonne, do you want to hold off? Janice has joined us now.
Yeah.
Do you mind? Janice, do you want to join us now, please?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, commissioners. I didn't realize you were ahead of schedule. I believe
It happens sometimes.
And I just want to make sure we're on the number 8 on the agenda, the 1050 item, so that I'm speaking to the correct item.
I'm looking at number 7.
I
Amendment
can
8,
also address
item
number
7.
Okay, I can do both. I think Cheryl was going to present on item number 7, but I have that agenda request staff report in front of me, so I can address that. So commissioners, for the record, I'm Janice Garceau. I'm Director of Behavioral Health. And for item number 7, we are moving for approval to accept. Hang on, I'm still on item number 8. Sorry.
Do you want to
We're
do
moving
item number
approval-
8 first? And
Pardon?
I mean, maybe Cheryl is coming. Do you want to do item number 8 first? And
They're really both quite straightforward, and I'm comfortable doing both in order if you're okay with that.
Okay.
So item number 7, this is consideration of board approval and chair signature of amendment number 8 to OHA contract number 16040, which is document number 2022-077. These are funds that are a reimbursement from the Oregon Health Authority for service element dollars that we offered up when prior to CCBHC expansion grant funding match being approved by the legislature. So if you recall, community mental health programs offered that in order to stay engaged with the federal Medicaid match for certified community behavioral health clinics, we would not receive a certain portion of our service element county financial assistance award dollars, so that the Oregon Health Authority could use those dollars to meet the match requirement. The agreement was that if we underexpended and they did not in fact need all of those dollars, they would in effect pay us back. So this amendment to the contract returns exactly $253,071 to Deschutes County Behavioral Health as a reimbursement on that commitment. And Cheryl has joined us now, so if you have more detailed budget questions, she's here to answer.
so Janice, I'm tracking that this is money that we had committed as match to CCBHC, which is, which we didn't need, in the end, we didn't need to commit in that time period, and now we get it back in a different form. Did we not need these dollars because the legislature came through and funded the match for CCBHC? Or are we just looking at efficiency savings that we're now able to recoup?
What we're looking at is we guessed how much we would have to give up of the County Financial Assistance Award dollars, and we guessed conservatively, which is what we're inclined to do, so that we would allow room for enough revenue to meet the match. We didn't need all of the revenue that we committed to. So this is basically their reconciliation of what we committed and what they actually needed. I believe what we actually spent in total, and Cheryl will have that number, but we had committed $1,360,796, and we didn't need 253 some odd $1,000 of that amount. So we're being reimbursed. It's not because the legislature came through, although they did ultimately come through, and we're really grateful for that. It's just that when you're guessing in such large amounts, it's not clear exactly what the PPS rate formula will ultimately be and what would have actually been needed. So we came pretty close, but we were not exactly on the mark.
And you had,
to our favor.
yes, and you had budgeted.
Which we're happy about.
And you had budgeted conservatively, so now we get the
Yeah.
rewards of that. That's great.
Correct.
And so, but moving forward, like in the next time frame that we're looking at, that's when the legislature awarded match for CCBHC will be covering the obligation to match the CCBHC. Is that correct?
That is correct. We are currently operating in that arrangement. So this really reflects history. And Cheryl, do you recall the exact date when the legislature approved funds for CCBHC match?
December 1st of 2020.
Yes. So since 2020 and through September 30th of 2023, we will be in what was the original match arrangement, which is state general fund being provided to match prospective payment system reimbursement requests from the Center for Medicaid Services under the enhanced Medicaid rate. We hope that arrangement will continue, but that will be up to the federal, that's up to Congress, frankly, and then to the state of Oregon if they continue to decide to participate.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
No, it's interesting, kind of watching it go back a couple years and get it all dialed in, but that shows a good partnership with the state and really, the business-like fashion of this relationship.
I mean, it's good that we were conservative, but it was 18% of our money that they're returning to us. So, you look at the time value of money and you go, yeah, I'd rather be getting some money back, but, let's hope we continue on with good things. So do we have a motion for this?
I was just going to say, and that's why it's great that the state is covering the CCBHC match in the current time frame, so that we don't have to set aside some of the money that we should be using for other things, for those purposes, and in this case, fortunately, getting some of it back that we didn't need. But yeah, I'm ready to make them.
Aren't we hearing from AOC that the state is actually talking about counties being more responsible? I mean, I thought that was kind of out in the fringe per Gina Nichols' comments the other day. So, let's hope this continues.
Yeah, I mean, if the state wants to devolve more and more responsibility to the local level, as long as it comes with money, I think we're in a good position to respond to that. The key question will be, do you get unfunded mandates, or do you get new responsibilities and new resources to get it done? So I'm ready to make a motion. I move approval and chair signature of amendment number 8 to OHA number 166040, document number 2022-077.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, now we're on item number 8.
Okay. Item number 8 is request for approval to accept Oregon Health Authority crisis workforce funding. On December 13th, the Oregon Health Authority informed us that there was an opportunity to be reimbursed for some of our staff retention efforts in the form of bonuses. We did not bring this, quote, application to the BOCC for approval because the deadline for submission was December 16th. So I just want to acknowledge we're doing this after the fact, which is not our typical practice, and it really was about a very short timeline. If you recall, with your support, we were able to implement a policy and a payment of bonuses for Crisis Stabilization Center and Mobile Crisis Assessment Team, or MCAT positions, because they're such critical positions. They're very difficult to fill. And we implemented a bonus program that we were offering and are still offering through the end of March to new employees and existing employees who are willing to sign stay agreements. That was a cost to us. And the OHA allowed us to submit a request to be reimbursed for not all, but many of those bonus arrangements. They are not reimbursing us at the level that we expended dollars. Their reimbursement is $2,000 per staff. And as you know, our bonuses are $5,000. But it does allow us to recoup $46,000 in total, which has already been deposited for that cost. So this request is for approval to accept those dollars and say thank you for at least offsetting that effort a little bit.
It does help, doesn't it? 46,000?
It helps.
Yes.
It's about a third of the total projected cost, but it makes a difference.
Right.
And we can, so Janice, we can apply those $46,000 towards the $3.5 million annual operating cost for the stabilization center in the future?
We actually, yes, indirectly, we paid, technically we paid for these bonuses out of some COVID-related funds we received from the Health Council for these very kinds of efforts to sort of shore up systems during a pandemic emergency. So we have a fund where we place those dollars. We expended for these bonuses out of that fund, and so we're paying that fund back. But it at least means that we're not asking the stabilization center to cover that cost.
So I'll move a thank you to the Oregon Health Authority for the crisis retention and hiring bonus program funds, accepting those funds.
The 46,000?
Yep.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I was just acknowledging that, yeah, Janice used the word thank you in there as part of this also.
Okay, Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So thank you for seeing that application, getting it in on time, and yeah, every bit helps.
I'm
Yes.
glad you didn't have to wait for an approval for us and miss this opportunity.
Yes, we apologize. We assumed that you would be happy to accept these kinds of dollars. So thank you for the approval. We appreciate it very much. And for the bonus program.
Well, that was a bonus program for making sure the stabilization center is funded or staffed. But yeah, let's keep acknowledging that there's a discussion out there about back pay for frontline workers that can get pretty sticky sometimes through these also. So I'm just saying, let's make sure we're in communication as these things happen.
Yes, sir. Thank you, commissioners. Have a good day.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you, Janice. Okay, we're now on item number 9. Greg Munn?
Good morning, Commissioners. Greg Munn from County Finance Office. I'm here today to go over the periodic ARPA update. And delivered earlier this week was a packet of, there should be 4 items in that packet. that will be presented today. So the first one will be a discussion on the expansion, a proposal for the expansion of local public health workforce. That'll be Sarah Barron from COCC. She's going to be zooming in. And that'll be a presentation and a request for $191,548. The second presentation will be from our friends at COIC. It'll be Scott Aycock and his team discussing, just giving you an update on the Small Business Recovery Grant Program, where they're at with that. So that'll be interesting. The third will be Bob Bohack and James Cook from Oasis Village, and their request is for $367,500. And then our fourth, as we have on the sub-agenda today, is the COVID unit update, and that'll be Nahad from our Public Health Department. And that'll be a request for $840,260 from funds that were pre-approved by the board in reserve. So those technically would not be new dollars, they would just be moving dollars from reserve to approved for spending.
Greg, I had asked if somehow the Lapine Community Health Center could be added, and I'd sent you an email on it.
We can certainly add that, and I believe they're in the back of the room here.
Yes, they are.
And I'm available for that discussion also.
Good, good, good. I'm glad they're here, and I appreciate hearing from them, so thank you so much for doing that. And also, Council on the Aging was wondering where they were, so perhaps in 2 weeks we should set them up.
Oh, and let's talk about what that ask is a little bit today, too, just to acknowledge it.
Sure, of course.
Okay, so we'll add the Lapine Health Center is number 5, and then, of course, number 6, as always, is the ongoing list that you have before you there.
Yes.
And any of those that you'd like to discuss, that'll be available there, or that you'd like further follow-up, we can arrange that as well.
I would like to also go back and consider again the $10,000 planning request for the winter warming shelter in the city of Sisters.
Okay. So with that, we can move ahead, if that makes sense, with COCC, with Sarah Barron from COCC. She should be on the line here.
Hello.
Hello.
I am here.
Hello.
I am screen sharing. Everyone should see my screen. We should be good to go. Yes. All right. Hello, my name is Sarah Barron, and I'm a professor at COCC. I am also involved with workforce development in public health at the state level, and I teach classes at COCC. I'm here with Julie Downing, who is also going to be presenting with me. This is just a little short overview of the American Rescue Plan project that we submitted that focuses in on expanding the local public health workforce in Deschutes County. I'm going to start off with just a little brief overview, high level, big points for the project summary. This project will really focus in on COVID-19 pandemic relief. As we know, the public health system has been impacted. But when I mean about the public health system, I'm not just talking about public health agencies. I'm talking about community-based organizations, neighborhood partnerships, the entire community health to the U.S. healthcare system that's part of the public health system. This project will strengthen the workforce pipeline. And I'm excited about this workforce pipeline because we're not only talking about the education, but also really strengthening that as people go into the workforce, get jobs, and then advance their careers in public health. And so we're going to build into current efforts and expand pandemic relief efforts now. And how we're going to do that is we're going to tap in and build into things like testing, outreach, vaccinations. But this, especially this last one, I think is key. The workforce that we're going to be focusing in on is connecting people to resources, healthcare resources, to basic needs like affordable housing, food resources, to behavioral health services, just really helping people connect. And how we're going to do that is we're looking at increasing numbers and retention of the workforce. And the increasing of numbers, really focusing in on something called the community health worker, which is an Oregon Health Authority approved outreach worker that can get reimbursed by Medicaid, peer support specialist, which really help people navigate the behavioral health system, to outreach positions. And then as far as retention of workforce, public health workforce is not one of those things where you get trained and that's it. It's ongoing with advanced degrees, continuing education units, all of that. And we're looking at really bringing these trainings here to the Central Oregon area. In the past, until recently, community health worker trainings were in other regions. We just, at COCC, just had one last fall where we had a central community health worker training, and we trained here locally, connecting to our system and to our needs. And I'm really excited about that opportunity to expand that with our partners and being really responsive to those needs. So having that informed by our community about what those needs are, and then modifying the curriculum to meet those needs. And then, of course, I have to say that we're working with our partners with OSU, the graduate program in public health, OHSU. These are our partners, and when I'm talking about entering into that public health workforce, it's also advancing the degrees and bringing services here to the Central Oregon area and connecting them to here. And then last but not least, I think this is critical, we're going to build capacity and really highlight best practices. Medicaid, just recently, in the past few years, Medicaid now allows for reimbursement for community health outreach workers, peer support specialists. There's all these funds that we can tap into, but knowing how to tap into those funds, really providing technical assistance to community-based organizations and to public health agencies, how to build that will be key. And working with our workforce partners to really expand and provide that infrastructure so we can sustain these programs after this funding is ended, because we know that this is one-time funding and it needs to build and it needs to be sustainable. So real quick funding overview, where's this money going to go? We are going to put funding into a half-time public health careers outreach staff. This is something that's really, Julie's going to talk about this. This is a model that's really worked at COCC, where we've done outreach into the high schools, to the community college, to the community, and really talk about what's going out there and marketing into this, because recruitment is key, and then letting people know about this workforce. I don't think people know that there are over 2,000 different titles within the public health workforce, from environmental health specialist to a statistician to an outreach worker. All of these play an integral role. And so this will be exciting because we'll be able to work with our public health partners too, and doing those outreach, having that outreach happen.
There are a quick question.
So
that first bullet item says half FTE at 130,000. Is that?
Oh, it's over 2 years.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Just making sure I understood that one, because I was like, ooh, I want to do that.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Yeah, stop me again if that.
Well, that helps though. 2 years, good. Thank you.
Yeah, over 2 years. So when you look at these numbers, think over 2 years, and we're going to be leveraging other funding sources too. So over 2 years, again, over 2 years, 100 students will get scholarships that will reduce those barriers. And when you see students, think not only COCC students that are in the community college system and college system, but those also who are in the workforce who need to get that additional training. Now they'll get training and they'll get college credit too, which will be helpful as they decide to move forward with their careers.
How much does 700, Sarah, I have a question. It's Commissioner Adair. Sure. How much does $700 pay for then?
Oh, good. Yes. Okay. So that is approximately 6 credits, college credits, plus or minus. And it really depends on the class. And Julie, I think, can answer that question a little bit more. Julie is the dean. Did I answer that correctly, Julie? I don't want to take a guess as a faculty person.
Yeah, you've got it. It's about $109 per credit.
Great. Good. Did that answer your question?
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, good. I'm going to slow down on this. So yeah, here we go. Next one.
We just have
Questions everywhere.
Yeah, when it comes to money, it's good to get that clarification. Internships. So marketing is one thing. We have the scholarships now, they're trained, right? And they've got the certification in community health worker or peer support specialist. These are trainings that are approved at OHA that now allow them to go into the workforce, or a lot of different other trainings that are there. But the reality is that now we need to onboard. And so for some people coming into this, they get the training, they go right back in. Other people need internship opportunities, and also the public health workforce needs that opportunity to build and grow. And so what we're looking at doing is providing stipends for over 2 years, 45 internships that will actually be plugged into the public health agency, community-based organization doing pandemic relief type efforts. So they will be put to work, having deliverables, but they're still under getting support. So I would be meeting with them. We would have faculty working with them. They would still get college credit, but they would also get a stipend. And this is modeled very similar off other types of positions out there, like social workers. You'll see that where people get a little stipend and then they get that work experience. This also gives an opportunity for that organization to be like, wow, to build back through Medicaid, to actually build fiscally those dollars, and to maybe possibly hire that person in the future. It puts them into the workforce. As I speak, I just got an email from a student who attended one of the community health worker classes and was just recently hired 2 days ago. So it puts them right into the pandemic relief, but also gives them that opportunity to connect to the workforce.
How long of an internship, Sarah, do they usually last?
So so we're going to do it by term. So that's usually 3 months, but I want it to be a repeatable class so that they could go up to a year. Because what I've noticed is that that the partners really want to have these interns for a while, but then I've also noticed that they get hired. So the intern is there, and then boom, right now we have a shortage of people, and they just go, wow, you're great, and they hire them. So it really depends. They can get another internship, or often they get hired. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. So they could get the $1,200 for the 3 months, and then they could actually apply again if they hadn't had that job offer yet? Is that what you're saying?
Well, at that point, I would need to talk to them about what their career is. I can honestly see by that point that they will most likely be in the workforce by then.
I would
but yes,
so.
Technically they could go again.
So another question.
My hope is to get them in through one internship and then eventually out into the workforce, so that I can get 45 separate people, but I want to be flexible on that.
So one more question then, kind of help me understand. So what are the paths for public health workforce? Because as I say, I think of restaurant inspections and COVID response from Deschutes County's public health department. But what are the other kind of industry? You mentioned community-based organizations, but I'm just thinking our clinics and hospitals and small doctors' offices, or what are the different places that we're talking about here?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked it.
You're welcome.
So community health workers can be at Thrive Central Oregon. For example, Thrive Central Oregon did the first community health worker class with us, and they hire community health workers. So are you familiar with Thrive Central Oregon?
Not specifically.
Okay, so they provide housing, affordable, connecting people to housing services, food, really just connecting people to different resources. That is their mission. And they have community health workers that work directly with people to help navigate services and get them connected. So that's one example of the CBO. That's a community-based organization approach where they use a community health worker to outreach and provide services. Mosaic Medical is another example, and that's more of in a clinic setting where they're working with a nurse and a doctor and providing services, and then the community health worker would go out and actually do home visits and call and work with that patient to help them navigate maybe their chronic disease that they were just diagnosed with. So it can vary from the community-based organization doing outreach services to the healthcare setting. Last example, peer support specialists are in Deschutes County Health Department. They work on the behavioral health side, and they work with clients to help navigate and help support them as they navigate the systems. So it can really range from the nonprofit community-based organization to the healthcare setting to the public agency. And that is just one example. Your other example, the environmental health side, those are positions to your health educator working at, let's say, St. Charles, outreach and doing campaigns and awareness. Did that kind of answer your question? Give you a little bit more detail?
Yeah, as I say, just a little bit of the scope of what we're talking about. So then, a little bit of clarity for peer support specialists. So would this be so people in this program could end up being peer support specialists?
That's right. So peer support specialist, this is another Oregon Health Authority approved certification. It's a 40-hour training. And this is something that we're working with community-based partners now, and Deschutes County is providing a training here. And once they get trained, then they could be hired as a peer support specialist, and they actually work with people who've been diagnosed, mental illnesses, to different levels of support to help them navigate and receive and access services. So it's a really broad when we talk about public health. For this, we're really going to be focusing in on the community health side of it with community health workers, peer support specialists, and outreach workers. But I don't want to limit it because this group can actually continue their degree pathway and continue into a lot of different other public health fields.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, great. Good clarifying questions. So I think it's really key when you talk about the educational pipeline, that it's key that you have both recruitment, because you just asked a question that a lot of people are maybe not familiar with community health workers and peer support specialists. Maybe they don't even know that this is a career pathway for them and a possible job. So we need to recruit them, and we need to let people know about these positions and how the public health system works. Public health has been kind of behind a curtain. We need to kind of market and explain what public health does more. Then we need to provide these trainings locally, and then finally we need to onboard and provide support and internships to really make sure that they're successful. Which leads to the last one is then we need to help agencies really build back and tap into that Medicaid reimbursement. That as these positions, community health worker, peer support specialists, they just received a few years ago the green light to get reimbursement through Medicaid. So really showing other agencies how to do that and providing technical support. That's the overwhelming thing that I keep on hearing from agencies, is that we would like that support. So this funding will provide many grants and technical workshops to help community-based organizations and agencies learn how to tap into those funds. Any other questions? I'm passing it on to Julie, who's going to talk about who we're going to be partnering with.
Sarah, I do have another question. So you actually have core scholarships too, which is meaning that you're really actually wanting to give over 100,000 in scholarships, considering the one up above?
Yes, if you think about it all together, you're going to have scholarships that are on more the education, take the classes, and then very targeted scholarships for those who want to do internships, and then they will be in a class supported into those workforce internships. So they are still meeting with a professor as they go into the field, but they're also getting a lot of worksite experience. So yes.
Okay, we've been so thrilled. The classes at COCC for childcare seem to have been really, really well received. The numbers really expanded, and they added Spanish to that program. So, anyway, are you guys thinking of doing any Spanish programs within this?
I'm so glad you asked that question, because we are working with Julie, correct me if I don't say this right, because I want to get the term right. Our adult basic education, what's it called? They do GED and ESL, and the student who just got hired, she is getting her GED, and she's bilingual and doing ESL classes, and she just got her full-time position as a community health worker. She didn't even know what was possible until fall, and our class was full in fall. So we had so it was well received. So I'm happy to tell you that this works.
Great. No, that's wonderful.
We did in fall, and it was great. So I'm excited. You can feel my enthusiasm through Zoom. So anyway, all right. So we had to tell you about our partners, and I'm going to let Julie do that. We have 2 slides left. All right. So Julie, go for it. Is it okay if I move on?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for answering all our questions.
Well, they're great questions. They slowed me down, too, to make sure I get clarification. All right, go for it, Julie.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Well, hello, commissioners. Thanks so much for having us. I can tell Sarah and I are very excited to be here today. I've been at COCC for, almost 31 years, which is a long time. And I certainly would not have stayed at COCC if it wasn't such an amazing place. That positively impacts student lives, like Sarah was talking about, this young woman who just got a job, didn't even know she could get that. And it also impacts the community. You know, at COCC, we have the expertise to recruit the students, right? Deliver high quality hands-on education, prepare the students to transfer, and put them out, put out highly qualified, trained graduates into the workforce. So we're really good at what we do, right? We've been doing this a long time, but it does take us partnerships. Right? Like she was talking about agencies, health departments, commissioners, right? To make these good things happen. So in our college's strategic plan data from 2019, it said that we had over 575 partnerships. So we definitely rely on our partners. Okay. And so thanks to 2 of our partners, COHC and EC Works, the local workforce investment board, we have had an amazing health careers recruiter, Wendy Worthington, for the past 3 years. And as part of this new funding Sarah's speaking about today, we're excited to be able to expand that focus of that position to first and foremost highlight the public health careers. And so that's pretty cool. You can go to the next one there, Sarah. Let's see here. So we've recently been able to train workers that have been critical to local COVID efforts. And as our vision states, we promote equitable achievement for the diverse students and communities that we serve. You can go on to the next one there, Sarah. It talks about student population. Anyone can go to COCC. That's what we love about it. That's why I've been here for 31 years. We pride ourselves on access, right, to all who want to learn, and we value the lived experiences that community college students bring. We've got dual enrollment with local high schools and recruit first and foremost from our own community. Students can receive an Associate of Arts Oregon transfer degree and then go on to undergraduate and graduate programs such as those that Sarah spoke about at OSU and OHSU. And she is in close contact with both of those schools. They meet regularly to discuss public health workforce pipeline. And then if you want to go down to the next one there, Sarah, we have a number, we talked about partnerships, right? Here's a number of the groups we work closely with. You can see Pacific Source, East Cascades Works, Central Oregon Health Council, Partners to Leverage Collaboratives, and our schools that we work with as well. So you can go on to the next slide there. All right, so we're super thankful for the opportunity to present our request to you today, commissioners. Our ask of you, Deschutes County, is $191,548. And then the Central Oregon Health Council has generously offered to match that amount for this project through their Impact Incentive Fund, because they deemed it a high impact project that would make a meaningful impact on the Regional Health Improvement Plan for Central Oregon. So as mentioned before, COCC will use this money to recruit local students into critical programs such as the community health worker and peer support specialist, provide valuable student internship opportunities as Sarah described. We would provide trainings and workshops because, like she said, it needs to be continuing education, not just a one and done. And then get trained professionals into the workforce to address the public health talent pipeline needs of the community. So with that, do we have any additional questions?
Where you say here, your goal then is to train 140? Is that 140 or more?
Yes. So that was my extra slide in case people wanted outcomes measures. I'm looking at we're reaching 100 students, and then also those 40 students with the internships. We have a lot of students coming in through our Introduction to Public Health. I teach that GE course. So we're looking at that's kind of a quantifiable reach by the end of the 2 years. But we're hoping to meet more than that.
Yes. Great.
I just want to acknowledge, I can feel the excitement from here already. So, getting folks, anybody on the on-ramp to being involved, being part of the economy, figuring out if a health career is for you, just the exposure to any of this is going to be good for getting just people involved in the system. So as I say, thank you very much for sharing today.
And I just wanted to thank the Public Health Advisory Board for helping to kind of cultivate this idea so that we have this excellent proposal to consider today.
Thank you for mentioning that. I wouldn't be here today if the Public Health Advisory Board didn't give me feedback and support. I need to give kudos and shout outs to the people who on that board who gave me feedback, from PacifiSource to East Cascade Works to Central Oregon Health Council, and I'm missing people. But the reality is that this proposal that you see today was not thought of alone. I got a lot of feedback and a lot of input. And already we're starting to think about how we can operationalize this if this is approved. Thank you.
And as a member of the Central Oregon Health Council, I'm glad to see that they're offering a match of almost $200,000 with the county. So it's totally a win-win for Central Oregon. And hopefully with the program, you'll be able to do what the child care program's done and even expand your reach out there. I mean, more people will hear about it, and hopefully we can get more young people and people who want to refocus their career into your programs. So,
well, yeah, to formalize this, I will make a motion approving $191,548, knowing that it's going to be matched with Central Oregon Health Council for this effort.
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Julie. Love you. Love your enthusiasm.
Yay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for helping to replenish our public health workforce, which has been so strained and overextended during the pandemic.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I'll queue up the next presentation, and this is Scott Aycock from COIC, and as you recall, some time ago, the board, you all approved $1.5 million for assistance for small businesses who were financially impacted by the pandemic. So those funds have been set aside. They haven't been approved specifically for any particular use other than just in reserve while we're waiting for this public process to evaluate those businesses that have been affected negatively financially by the pandemic. So COIC is in the middle of that right now, and we thought it would be useful just to give an update, since initially we weren't really sure how big this would end up being and order of magnitude and all of that, but Scott and his team are coming on board here to help us out.
Maybe early for him, too.
Scott?
Sorry for the delay here. Jared, can you jump on? We don't seem to have Scott online. There we go.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I just let Scott know that we're queued up here a couple minutes early. Hopefully he can pop on here and get us started.
Great.
Well, we must have a reputation of running late, don't you think?
Oh, there you go.
I know, so.
No comment.
But thank you to Lapine for coming and being here.
Scott, thanks for joining us. We're ready to go on this topic.
Yes, Scott, I see you. Morning, Scott. I believe you're still on mute.
Hey, Scott, can you hear us?
He's still on mute.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Good morning.
Morning. So we're ready to go?
Yes, we are. We're running early today. It's a first.
Yeah, I wasn't anticipating that.
We weren't either.
Scott Aycock, Community and Economic Development Director at COIC, and I had thought that, was Greg going to make some opening comments, or should I just launch in?
He did make some opening comments. He has done that.
Oh, God. Sorry.
It's your turn.
Missed all that. Okay, so what we're doing is just providing a quick update on the process so far, where we're at, what we see coming, etc. And of course, there is a one-pager in the packet that I'll be referencing. So we did get more applications than we thought. Actually, just a recap as a reminder, this is using ARPA funds, Small Business Grant Program, to support businesses and nonprofits that are still experiencing net revenue losses or cost increases due to COVID, critically that have not already been addressed by other grant programs, prior grant programs. So in order to make that determination, we needed to get a good amount of financial information from each applicant, and then do some checking on some of it. For instance, they self-report what they got in different kinds of grants, and then we check against our records. The ones we can check are our own, the grants we've administered, of course, Business Oregon, as well as the Paycheck Protection Program, the PPP. We can't check all of them, so some of it is just self-reported. But the financial information is tax returns and profit and loss statements and things of that nature. So those are pretty solid. And we did receive, let's see, 291 applications. As of Friday the 21st, we had reviewed approximately 100 of those submissions. And we're going through, because of the complexity this time around, we're involving Dan Emerson here in that process. We do the initial review, and then we go over everything, because it's a lot of, not every application is the same, not every tax return for sure is the same, or financial records. So we're checking some things, some outliers, some issues that look a little confusing, just to make sure we're all on the same page before we move forward. So, of those 100 that we've reviewed so far, only 37 have been eligible for an award. And primarily, the reason for that is that they have actually, they did experience losses or cost increases, but it's already been 100% or more than 100% covered by prior grant programs. But of those 37, so less than half are showing up as eligible. But if you were to fund the net revenue loss or cost increase, it's mainly revenue losses, as you might imagine. That would come to $3.6 million just from those 37 applications. So if we were to sort of extrapolate that forward, once we get through all 291, then we're looking at a possible $10 million, somewhere in that range, and a total amount that would be eligible for funding. We know that that's not likely what's going to happen. I'm just letting you know where things stand right now. The eligible amounts for those 37 are anywhere from $3,000 to just under a million. 23 of those are under $100,000 each, but 6 are over $100,000, with 2 of those coming in at $600,000 and 1 that's just under $1 million. So as a reminder, we closed this application on January 7th. We've been reviewing since that time. The complexity was a bit higher. It's significantly higher than any grant program we've done before, due to the just degree of financial analysis that we have to do. We've had to bring in a couple additional folks to help with that. And then there's a lot of back and forth with the businesses and the applicants themselves. And again, as a reminder, it's not just businesses, it's nonprofits as well. So we are anticipating being able to be done with all that and a final report to the BOCC by the end of February. Certainly, as we go through this, the efficiency increases. So if it's earlier, it's earlier. But just to be safe, we're saying the end of February, we would come back with a report to you of all the number of applications, the range, the total eligible amount, et cetera. One thing that we've talked about a lot among our staff as well as county staff is the potential that we probably need to come up with some tool to slim that total eligible amount, because to my knowledge the county does not have up to $10 million for this program, and that could be some sort of max award amount or percentage of revenue loss that you want to hit. We could run different scenarios and let you know what the different scenarios yield in terms of an award amount. Another thing I want to note is that, this program closed on the 7th. So I haven't even talked to Jared here yet about this, but I think we should get a note out to all the applicants, just kind of noting the timeline, how much this, kind of giving an updated timeline of when they should hear from us, so that they're not calling you guys, frankly, and asking about it, just to give them a heads up and kind of head that off at the pass. So that's the general, and you saw there's a couple samples of how we're doing the analysis. It's essentially net profit, the change in net profit over from 2019 all the way through now, through whatever the latest financial record we have from them. If their net profit hasn't changed, and this is incorporating the grant programs, then they wouldn't be eligible. But if it's lower, then they are, or into the negative, of course, then they are eligible for whatever that delta is from this grant program. So that's all I have to share. Any questions or comments or considerations for us as we continue to move forward?
Scott, I think getting an email out to all the applicants is really important. Definitely, if you can get that done sooner, that would be respectful of the energy they put into filling out the applications, because I know it wasn't an easy ask.
Jared, I assume we could do that right away because we have an email field in the applications. So yeah, we should be able to do that right away. Okay.
Scott, I like the idea of running some scenarios. Essentially, I guess what they would look like is, what are partial award scenarios? And I'm curious if you have any thoughts on what some of those scenarios might be, or kind of what parameters you would use to run, 3 or 4 different scenarios.
One might be sort of a minimum amount, so no reduction below whatever, and then a maximum amount, no award greater than whatever. And then it could just be by itself, just doing that and see what that yields. But another way of thinking of it is you'd set a minimum and a maximum, and then say, and then for everything for all the applications, essentially, we'd only fund them at 50% of the cost. And then that would be one scenario. I mean, excuse me, not of the cost, but of the eligible award amount. Another scenario would be kind of a sliding scale where the smaller numbers get a higher percentage. The smaller eligible award amounts get a higher percentage funded, and the higher ones get a lower amount funded. Something like that, like sort of a logarithmic scale or something. Those are the two that leap to mind immediately when I was thinking about this, but I'm sure we could come up with some others.
Yeah, just what you explained there, there'll be some interesting scenarios to be able to work out. Basically, we're going to, we set aside this 1.5 million. Even if there's a willingness to add more to that pot, it's not going to be 100% of anything. So we'll be working hard to dial that in.
Yeah, saying that the eligible loss in the community could be perhaps $10 million, that does tell you that COVID has been impactful on our business community. And I know when we did the Christmas grant in 2020, some people thought they were going to get $20,000. And clearly, we didn't have that kind of funding at that moment in time either for those people. And then other people were crying that they got $2,500 and they were so appreciative. So, yeah, it's...
Yep.
And they are all considered that we're looking at going concern still. Is that not part of the fact? They have to be a going concern?
They have to be still open to be eligible.
Okay. But clearly, some of our community has really lost a lot of funding. So thank you for that update. I'm glad that Dan's part of the process, and hopefully we can get an email out.
We'll do that right away.
Okay.
And what kind of time frame do you need to run some scenarios for us?
Oh, I don't think that would take very long. Well, see, the problem is we haven't finished analyzing all the applications, so we wouldn't have real scenarios until that's done, and that will take a few weeks. But we could build the scenarios and run them on what we've received so far, and then again forecast what the remaining eligible amount would be. So a couple weeks, we could do something like that. I mean, come back in a couple weeks.
Seems like
that makes sense.
Seems like it would be helpful for you to get through review of more of the applications before you run the scenarios. I mean, a scenario based on a third of the pool is useful, but it would be the quality of it would be better, even if you were just through half or something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would be less work, frankly, and more useful findings. I think if we could get a little bit further into it and then run some scenarios and share them with you. I think obviously at some point ahead of our final report, you're going to want to weigh in on what approach you want to take in terms of slimming the numbers down. So, Jared, where are we at now in terms of total numbers reviewed to date? We were at 100 as of when I submitted this, but it's been a few days.
We've done like the preliminary review. like before my communication process begins, just the preliminary review of just making sure the applications are complete, and then copy some numbers down real quick of up to about 200. But that's the fast part of it. The slow part of it is the communications with all the businesses, asking the questions, asking the follow-up questions, getting clarifying information. That's definitely what takes a little bit longer, is why the preliminary stage is up to 200, but I've only in-depth early reviewed like 110.
Okay, thank you. So I would say we wouldn't get to half for a couple more weeks, somewhere. I mean, just to be safe, and then we could run some scenarios, come back, give you an update. Does that sound like a good idea?
Excellent. I mean, if you're at 110 and it's, it's been a couple, 4 business days since your last count, okay. Yes, I know. I'm sure it's rather time consuming, but it is critical. I hope we don't find more businesses that have lost almost 1 million. So,
yeah,
let's
agreed.
Yes. So thank you.
So Scott, just one thing I thought I'd bring up here is, first off, you guys have been a great partner working with us, and I would consider you the experts in the region on this sort of work. And this would have been a real tough, heavy lift for the county to pull off without you. So I appreciate that. The other thing I would say is that when we first initiated this contract with you, and you've done this for us before, and you've done it for other local governments, that it was a little bit of a finger in the wind guesstimate at what it would take. We just had no idea. And I think from our conversations so far that this has been a lot bigger project than we had originally guesstimated. Can you talk about that and just sort of order of magnitude, how this has changed from what we've originally thought, and maybe why?
Absolutely, yeah. This is our 8th or 9th grant program we've run, and so we basically used what sort of an average cost for prior grant programs to come up with the initial estimate of $35,000. And the reason why I think it's probably going to be more than that is a couple of reasons. One is, like you said, this is a much more complicated analysis than any others we've done before, because of the degree of financial information we're requesting, and that we need to review the fact that those financial, different kinds of tax returns, et cetera, they're being prepared by different people in different ways. They're not all the same. There are lots of questions. So the initial review is not that bad, but it's the getting the actual answers that Jared just referenced, back and forth communication with the businesses and nonprofits, phone calls, et cetera, et cetera. It's just taking a lot longer than any other, per application review took before, because of what we're trying to do. We're trying to find what their total nexus is, or their delta, not nexus, but their essentially their deficit, and then fill it. And that takes a while to determine and then verify. And then there's the fact that this isn't more than we've received in the past, but it was more than we anticipated. 291 applications, where I think we were expecting, closer to 100, 150, something like that. So it's 2 to 3 times more than we expected in terms of volume. Oh, and in terms of estimated additional cost, I don't know, and we're certainly not going to bill for anything more than what it actually cost, but we're anticipating probably 50, 75% more than we had initially expected.
It's a very intensive analysis you're doing. I was just thinking about having to comb through people's tax records. It's a very in-depth process. So that sounds very reasonable to me.
So I'm wondering, when we come back in a couple of weeks for an update with the board, if we maybe could tie those numbers down a little bit more?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll have January numbers, or at least a really good feel for what it costs. We already know what it costs in December, which was around $9,000. January is going to be a lot higher because of the intensity of the work. So we'll have that. We can use that to extrapolate, nail it down.
And you'll have those numbers probably pretty soon then.
Yes.
I mean, in February, we'll know how much January cost us, so you've got a few more days. Okay, so thank you. Anything else, Greg, that we need to clarify?
I don't think so. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you so much, and I
Jared,
just want to
thank you, too,
respond.
and the rest of your team.
Oh, okay, yeah, just that we are very happy to do this. This is why we exist. So thank you for thanking us, but this is what we do. So thanks a lot, and we'll see you at the next one.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so next up is Oasis Village, and we have Mr. Bob Bohack and Mr. James Cook on the line. If we could let them in.
Yep, look at that, they're right there.
Okay, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, commissioners and staff, for allowing us the opportunity. I would like to take this opportunity to thank commissioners for their earlier approval of the programs presented to you from COCC. I'll just echo that particularly peer support, but also case managers are going to be vital to the sheltering unhoused and transitioning them back into a stable living environment, jobs, etc. Part of the proposal that Rogue Retreat will be delivering will be the first training of peer supports. And in my examination of where that's available, we had to go to Eugene and outside the area. It would be really vital for us to have such a program here within Central Oregon, not only for Oasis Village, but also the other villages that are either operating, soon to be operating, or in planning. So thank you very much. That's appreciated. What James and I would like to do today is kind of let you know in a little bit more depth what Oasis Village envisions and how it will be structured, how it will be, at least for the construction part, be financed, and ask of you either to reserve or to grant the request that we submitted last, I believe it was in June. So very briefly, Oasis Village project is to be a low barrier, in contrast with Bethlehem Inn, which is now operating in Redmond as a high barrier shelter, a temporary transitional village style. Temporary meaning we don't anticipate any stays longer than approximately 2 years. That would be the outstretch. Right now, the average length of time in other villages, specifically Hope Village down in Medford, is like 6 to 8 months, and that's what we envision. Initially, we would have probably 10, could be as many as 12, but we're planning on 10, basically 100 square foot buildings called, I'd like to refer to them as tiny sleeping units. They are not tiny homes. They do not have any of the other features that one would expect in a home. We would start with that number. That would be kind of our soft opening. And then depending on the land that we would be building on, we're looking at 2 acres. And of course, in conversation with county individuals, about 10 acres, not just for Oasis Village, but on which Oasis Village would have 2 acres. And that could accommodate up to 30 to 40 units. Other structures, what I'd like to call the congregate structures, and our initial assumptions were that a plot of land that we would be on would be year to year or at most 2-year lease. So we were looking at movable structures for showers, restrooms, laundry, kitchen, dining, lounge area. If we were able to get a memorandum of understanding, a lease on the 2 acres in the East Redmond project area, we would be and are examining just what it would cost to have a single community building along the lines of what is being currently constructed at St. Vincent Village in Bend, and also something similar to what Veterans Village also in Bend have. The village would be fenced so that it would be safe, secure, provide privacy for the guests. The safety is so that other unhoused individuals could not come in at will. We're trying to create an atmosphere as much as we can that would be home-like, safe, secure, and strictly for those who are residents or clients of Oasis Village. Entry would be through a lock gate, and that would be manned during all the daylight hours into the evening, and then there would be somebody in charge of that gate at night. Spaces also would be made available for meetings, classroom conferences, And peer support personnel would be there at Oasis Village essentially every day of the week so that they could meet one-on-one with the individuals who are trying to get out of the junipers and back into more secure housing. Caseworkers, the name that you heard earlier, Thrive, is one of the service providers that we work with as outreach, and they'd be an integral part, but they would not necessarily be employees of Oasis Village. They would work for other service organizations like REACH or Thrive or County Mental Health, County Homeless Liaison. The folks that come to Oasis Village would have not only work expectations in terms of maintenance, cleaning, keeping up, and of course manning the entry gate, but there would also be a financial contribution. The idea being that they would help pay for some of the services, primarily the peer support personnel that we would have on hand, defray those costs. And then as they stay, that would be increased so that they would, in essence, be developing a savings account. Money that they would provide over $100 a month would be set aside so that when they are ready to leave the village, they would have most of, if not all of, the necessary funds for last month's deposit, a down payment, whatever is necessary. The goal, of course, is simply to provide the shelter, to get people into a position where they can physically and psychologically improve themselves so that they are eventually able to maintain permanent housing and financial independence. I'm going to turn it over to James. He has the next part.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to be here again and present more information on Oasis Village to you. What you see on screen is an attachment that was included in an email you should have received on Monday. And I'm not going to go over all of that, but I would like to highlight a couple items and add a little perspective. The background of Oasis Village really springs from the outreach work that Bob and others were doing through Jericho Road in Redmond for a number of years. And over time, they recognized a need and desire to help people move beyond survival and into hope and housing. And so out of that grew the initial idea for Oasis Village. Bob and the group have been working on this for the last 3 years, and for the last few months we've been in discussions with the county about being part of a campus on 10 acres in East Redmond, and also in addition to working on Oasis Village, we've been working to help the county determine a path to move forward with the rest of that property. As I mentioned, one of our partners is Jericho Road. They've been serving the community through a number of services for a number of years, and through Bob's work with Jericho Road and our connections with other service providers, we have been, we have connections with Thrive, REACH, Mosaic Medical, several others who will be an integral part of providing the services to the people living at Oasis Village. We have Rogue Retreat, who was before you in another meeting as a consulting partner. As part of the work that you recently approved for us to do with Rogue Retreat, we'll be forming, we'll be doing a number of community events that you'll be invited to. And also we are setting up site visits to Medford to visit not only Hope Village, but some of their other shelter types, including a urban campground. And we hope that we'll be able to arrange with each commissioner an opportunity to go and take that tour. We've also partnered with Hayden Homes, both for their long-time connection with Redmond, but also for their experience in building similar villages. They've been part of Veterans Village in Bend and are currently working on St. Vincent Village in Bend. They've worked with Habitat Humanity and with the Walla Walla Transitional Village, and their expertise both in building and in wading through the the requirements in order to meet zoning requirements and other requirements from the city and county has been extremely valuable. I think one of the most important things we need to highlight is just filling the gap. And 3 years ago, when this was being thought of, Redmond literally did not have a continuum of care. There was really no path to go from that was predictable and repeatable to go from the junipers to stable housing. In the last year or so, we've had Bethlehem Inn open their facility in Redmond. Shepherd's House is working on their low barrier facility that should be open, we hope, sometime next year. We're beginning to have the elements in place to have that complete continuum of care. One thing that's missing is a transitional space between the junipers and the services of Bethlehem Inn and Shepherd's House. Oasis Village would be a critical part of filling that gap. It could serve as a funnel for people entering the programs at Shepherd's House and Bethlehem Inn, and also moving into permanent housing. Bob has covered the village program pretty well already, so I'm going to skip over that. This is a picture of Hope Village in Medford. We have a couple other items here. This is a possible view of a site on about 2 acres, obviously fully filled out with a number of units, and another view of that. And then the last item here is the one sheet that you've already received. And here are the initial capital expenses we're asking you to contribute to. These numbers have gone up considerably due to construction cost and materials cost since the original request back in the summer. But we're comfortable we can cover additional expenses here. We also have the hope that some of the shelter units, hopefully all, but at least some of the shelter units, will be sponsored by community organizations. We have one that's being sponsored by Rotary, that it's already under construction by the Heart of Oregon Corps. And we've been talking to a couple other people, a couple other organizations about sponsoring a couple more of our first units. So we're comfortable that we can manage the additional expenses by keeping while keeping the original request the same. Okay, and that's our overview, and Bob and I will be happy to answer any questions you might have.
So, James, I heard even the Garden Club was interested in helping out, in the Garden Club from Redmond. So that's really wonderful news. So you're looking at least raising another, $60,000 something, $80,000, because the costs have gone up from the original proposal?
In terms of capital expenses, yes, that's what we'd be raising. And again, if we get the shelter units sponsored, we would cover that. Of course, we're going to have additional expenses that we're also going to be covering outside, but we've been in contact with a number of grantors about possible grants. But the point we really need to get to is when we actually have an MOU for the property and we can present this as a reality to those grantors. We're comfortable we can find the funding we'll need.
And you have your 501c3, all that's taken care of?
Currently, and I don't mean to hog things here, Bob, but currently we're in the process of applying for the 501c3, but we are working in the meantime, with Jericho Road as a fiscal sponsor. But that 501c3 should be in place shortly, depending on how quickly the government moves.
Okay, well, it sounds like a plan. No, and thank you. And I actually think I've talked Mayor Russell into going with me to Medford. So I told her it would
All
be.
right.
Yeah, I know. I said, Sally, don't you want to see it? So anyway, we will get back to you with a date that we can drive over there.
In our conversations with Phil Johnchuk, he's a road retreat lead on the capacity building. We're tentatively looking at last half of February or first part of March. If your calendar is open, that would be great. Otherwise, anytime that you can get down there, I would very, very strongly encourage you to. They have a remarkable program, not only with Hope Village. They have a shelter very similar to what Shepherd's House has, They're working on refurbing a motel, and their urban campground has increased. When we were there well over a year ago, they were housing about 37, and they're well over 100 now. They've increased that dramatically. And they are helping manage a RV park because of the talent fire. Talent really wanted to keep people who were in the school district in town. And I believe they have something like 20, I don't remember the exact number, somewhere between 25 and 30, possibly more, RVs for people to reside in. And Rogue Retreat is the managing agency for that.
Great, thank you. Any other comments?
So we're talking about county property here, so, there's financial asks all around this, but I mean, I'm supportive. You guys you're dialed right in, the terminology, the scope, the vision, this is exciting. But you're getting that foundational opportunity for what does it really look like to get access and a MOU for that land? Looks like Eric may have a comment.
Good morning. For the record, Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator. Chrissy and I have been working closely with Bob and James on this project, and I'm very pleased with the progress, and especially with the Rogue Retreat consulting work. Bob and James have invited county staff to attend those weekly meetings. We may not be able to attend all of them, but it's great to see the progress and the value added from the Rogue Retreat proposal. In terms of next step for the county, Chrissy and I are working on looking at the cost to do a conceptual master plan of the full 10 acres. And of course, this would be 2 acres of that. So we will be talking to the board about that conceptual master plan and also getting input from the commissioners about the vision the board has for the other 8 acres. And really we're doing this, our plan to do this simultaneously, working with Oasis Village and Rogue Retreat. It was mentioned that one of the next steps will be an MOU for the tie to the property. What we can do, the MOU may take some time to work out, especially as we work through the conceptual master plan. But we talked about doing a letter of intent, if the board agrees with that, so that Oasis Village has a tie to that property, and that will help with their fundraising. So in terms of from the county side, in terms of the 10 acres, next steps are to talk to the board about the conceptual master plan, and then if the board gives the green light for staff, we could also work on the letter of intent, which we don't think will take very long. So we continue to work closely with Oasis Village, and I'm very pleased with the progress and happy to answer any questions about the 10-acre process.
Thank you, Eric, because I do believe that 10-acre process is very important. And the fact that that 10 acres is surrounded by more county land, I think is incredibly helpful. So we can yell it ourselves, can't we? I mean, really. And Bob, one of the things you mentioned, it was a low barrier. You're talking about Oasis Village as a low barrier, and yet you are saying work expectations. So I think that's really actually a good combination, and hopefully, it's going to be a remarkable addition to that area. So I thank you for all your work.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Dara. Yes, I think work is a very important part of it. Down at Rogue Retreat, they have what they call clean sweep. We're looking also at trying to have some it would be informal work training, but we also hope to work with COCC in terms of a more formal ability of residents there to get some job training if needed.
Well, that's great. I mean, really, helping people transition, that's excellent.
Commissioner, if I may just ask a question. This is Nick Lelak with, I guess the camera will come over in a moment. Mike, I appreciate that the request includes the information regarding utilities and infrastructure, which is estimated at $150,000 to $350,000. My question is, have you, Bob and James, have you approached the city about this discussion yet? And if the city decides not to fund this, the infrastructure to the side of up to $350,000, do you have an alternative plan to raise those funds? What's the response if the city doesn't agree to that extension or cost.
Yeah, Hayden Holmes has been talking with the city about what that project would be and how it would be done, and also alternatives that could be in place, at least temporarily, if we're not able to do that immediately or in the short term. We have not yet approached the city about funding that. We want to make that request. We'll be looking at ARPA funds, but we really need to coordinate with the county as a partner there in exactly how we make that request, because that bringing those services over would also serve the, I believe it's called the Core 2 project. The
Core 3.
3.
Yes, it's now Core 3.
And open up some Central Oregon Irrigation District property for future, probably commercial development. So I think there's an argument to be made there. As you know, the city has been reluctant to fund projects related to homelessness at all. So that is going to be a large task that we're going to have to figure out fundraising for if it falls on us.
Because of the contingent nature of that infrastructure investment, I would like to support moving forward with this commitment, this financial commitment at this point, but also provide flexibility to Oasis Village in potentially taking those dollars to another location if needed, if through the master planning process, through infrastructure discussions, we need to that the site becomes less attractive in various ways, and other options may open up. So that would be my suggestion on how we mitigate against that risk.
We would certainly appreciate any and all flexibility, and obviously a change like that would result in us coming back to the county and coming back to you as well, and informing you of that and getting your go-ahead to move ahead as well.
Well, I'm supportive of, I'm envisioning an Oasis Village operation in Redmond. So, it was just mentioned that maybe not this location. I guess that's where I just started, where, the location's going to be the very important thing here. That was the beginning of our Veterans Village discussion years ago, is, well, let's do it here. And once you point to it and you say, this is the place, then it happens. So I'm very... I don't know. I mean, we got to figure out what we're doing here. As a board, do we want to commit to that location as a letter of intent? And obviously, it could fall apart if there's a hard stop out there, or are there other locations that are being thought of?
Does that mean you want to increase this request to over $500,000 to cover the contingency of $150,000 of infrastructure if the city of Redmond doesn't want to cover that?
Well, thought process is that, once it's a go, it's a go. We saw a lot of community effort to get Veterans Village over the finish line. So I do support, proceeding, leaning into this, making it happen. I mean, you're asking if we're going to pay for utilities up front. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind paying for utilities, and we might not be having to pay for some of this other stuff if the community gets excited about it too. So. I think we're kind of in a sweet spot here. If we're saying yes enthusiastically, it'll happen.
Well, I think a lot of the community will be really happy to think that the Oasis Village is going where it is going, and some of the issues that have happened on East Antler will be being relieved. And I honestly think that you'll have a lot of people that will step up to be a sponsor for a lot of the units. So, I'm an optimist, but I mean, when you think about Terrebonne sewer system and the fact that Redmond moved their wastewater system closer to Terrebonne, I just feel like this clearly can happen. It's going to take some coordination, but, when you get your 501c3, we get some more firm commitments from the county so you can proceed and increase on your fundraising. And people, I think you're doing a lot of really right things here. So I'm appreciative of your patience and following through.
I think it might boil down to is the board, the three of us, ready to proceed working towards a letter of interest or some kind of commitment from the county's point of view for the location?
Yeah, we don't need direction right now on the letter of intent. Once we work through the conceptual master plan, then the letter of intent will be kind of the next step.
Okay, so then the conceptual master plan is, what kind of a time frame?
Yeah, what are we thinking time-wise for that?
Welcome to our meeting, and you can come up here to this seat if you want.
Go ahead to get this.
Yes. Please use Dave's.
If I can chime in, I'm thinking at the end of no later than the end of this quarter for a conceptual master plan.
End of this quarter?
That's what Bob wants.
For the record, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management. So as Eric noted, we're working with a couple consultant firms trying to define the scope. So ideally what we want to do is be able to bring like maybe 2 to 3 options back to the board, kind of outlining the whole 10 acres where Oasis Village would sit, where maybe the low barrier or no barrier RV parking, and then the low barrier, no barrier tent designated camping area. So we had a really good meeting with a consultant team this past Friday, Eric and I did, and so there's been some follow-up questions. I'm needing some information that Bob and James have fed to us, and so we're hoping to have a proposal within the next day or two, and we'll probably just maybe email that out to communicate with the board to kind of keep things moving. So in terms of timing, we have requested from this consultant team, including 2 to 3 meetings with Bob and James and Rogue Retreat, and to make sure that we bring all the stakeholders along, so that everything's taken into consideration of what this conceptual master planning would look like. So in terms of when we could produce that, I would hope by end of this quarter, but hopefully sooner, but we'll keep you posted on that. And then back to the letter of intent, just real quickly, I don't know what Bob and James' timing is on wanting to proceed with getting other funding sources lined up. So that letter of intent might need to happen sooner than, or prior to the conceptual master planning process being completed. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there.
Well, and it sounds like there's, a general plan that could start coming together. One little bit of thought here, I'd like to throw this out for everybody. Let's not refer to a tent area. So this is the high desert, this is the high elevation, hot summers, cold winters. It's dangerous to be in a tent sometimes. My point is, if we have a village with, built structures, we have a camping parking area, we could have an overflow area or other operations area, but we don't, this was in a discussion I had with the commissioner from Lane County, and it was mentioned, what about the people that live in tents? And it was determined, we shouldn't be promoting that. We shouldn't be allowing that. And obviously somebody's going to do it at some point, but let's not call it the tent area, I guess is my request. So,
well, the couple of homeless people who died last summer, potentially, I think likely, from heat injury, were not in tents. They were actually in RVs. So, I appreciate your desire to not promote people living in tents or living in RVs, but again, the reality is that there are a lot of people who cannot afford rent with a roof and 4 walls, and so those people, until we can provide adequate numbers of indoor shelter spaces, they will be living in some sort of outside scenario, and we need to account for that and understand that is going to be part of the equation until the number of shelter beds reaches a certain amount, until the sufficient number of people are tracked into more permanent housing.
That's a different definition that I was referring to. We shouldn't promote tents. We shouldn't name an area, this is where you set up your tent camping. It's a goal, it's aspirational, and it's a reminder for anybody who's here in a beautiful September day that you could have a very life-threatening conditions in the dead of winter. So let's not promote the words tents. That's what I'm asking for. Thank you for sharing the scenario you did, but I'm just asking for not using the promotion of tents.
Okay, I mean, I guess I'm just saying that there will need to be places for people to live in some type of camping situation for the foreseeable future, despite all of our efforts to create other options for people. But so, I mean, if that needs to be part of our planning, I don't want to shy away from that.
And I want to remind the community that actually bringing these people in, giving them peer support, maybe some job training, the sooner that we can do that, we have a workforce in Central Oregon that is clearly in need on a lot of different levels. So, the sooner we can get this going, I think it is the better. I know we lost 2 people last summer, but when you look at the statistics, cold weather actually truly kills more people than warm weather. I know when it gets down to 29 below, it's definitely it's frightening. So we want to get people out of that weather. So Christy, do we need anything?
So Eric and I will work with Bob and James to draft maybe a letter of intent that then we will run by you at later meeting to be determined.
It sounds like they need that for to go ahead with their fundraising.
We did that early on with Eric Tobias and Ben Harrow's Foundation and Vets Village, and that worked out really well. So I'm just kind of imagining kind of the same scenario, but we can work out the details with them and then come back and share that with you.
And I want to thank Hayden Homes for all that they're doing in our community. They truly are stepping up. So appreciate, and so thank you, Hayden Homes. So do we need a motion for this?
Yeah, I'm probably ready to make a motion, but I also want, to bring us back to the request at hand, which is for funds to invest in the development of the Oasis Village. I wanted to, in particular, thank Bob Bohack and Jericho Road for putting the idea of a tiny shelter village on the map, or on my radar screen earlier, maybe earlier than anyone else that I had spoken to. The last year of learning about the phenomenon of homelessness in our community, where people can go, what their pathways are going to be back to being stably housed or employed or fully contributing members of our community. It's been a tremendous amount of learning, and Bob, you and Jericho Road had the idea of a tiny shelter village from the beginning of that process of me tracking these issues. And what we've seen over the last year is that that idea really stands up to the concerns, critiques, criticisms of a whole range of other shelter and transitional options. It's, we are seeing hotel conversions move forward, and those are great, but pretty expensive per unit. We have seen managed camp ideas, authorized encampment ideas move forward with tremendous neighbor opposition and resistance, and kind of grind to a halt. But these tiny shelter village concepts, dispersed, each person having their own discrete bedroom to go to. These are some of the proposals that are moving forward that are extremely cost-effective ways to put people into shelter, and give them a stable platform to move forward with their lives. So thank you very much for bringing forward the vision and sticking with it, and giving us the opportunity to vote on this proposal today.
Okay, Commissioner DeBonne, did you want to make the motion?
So I'm not clear on what the motion is going to be. If we're fully funding a initial capital expense line item of $424,000.
They were still asking for the $367,000. They have said that they feel their fundraising, they'll be able to pull in that difference, which without including utilities, maybe up to like $80,000. You say the costs are going up, James. So they did not change their original ask from the county, from that $367,500.
So then, as I say, it was mentioned that there's a shelter unit being constructed at this time, Heart of Oregon Corps. What's the vision for that item, that little tiny shelter?
Isn't it the first one that's being built?
Yeah, if I may, yes, that's our first one. We expect it to be done approximately the end of February. It will be placed on a trailer of some kind, and that essentially is going to launch our fundraising for the tiny sleeping units.
Okay, so that's a demonstration unit for people to say, oh, that's what we're talking about.
Correct. Yeah, you'll find it almost identical to what they're using at St. Vincent Village. Hayden Home is essentially bringing those plans over. The one modification that we've made is it's a one directional roof so that we'll be able to put solar panels on it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so my point is, what if we fund something, who's going to receive the money and what's it going to go for, or is it just going to go into a reserve I support reserving funds for this conversation, I guess, is where I'm at, so I don't know that we're going to write a check
Since
for
they don't
anybody.
have their 501c3 yet, would we legally be better just to reserve it so they know they're going to get the funding as soon as that's taken care of?
Yeah, I think there's a couple ways, Commissioners, we could go with that. One is, as you were saying, Chair Adair, we could reserve it, or it could be approved and we could grant it, actually write the grant once the 501c3 has been awarded. Two different ways to do it.
Okay.
Well, and then my other thought is, whatever amount we approve today, it's going to be more in the end. So, we're basically showing partnership, and the expectation is that there's going to be, a land available, which is going to cost money. There's going to be utilities, at some point somehow, which is going to cost somebody money. So my point is, I'm ready. Let's go. Let's do this. But I don't know what the right amount is today, other than a very strong statement saying we support this vision.
Well, if you read their notes, they do say they didn't increase it per the letter from James.
I guess I would move that we reserve $367,500 for the development of Oasis Village and placed in reserve until the time that Oasis Village has their 501c3 in place and is ready to proceed with construction activities.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? And I do want to truly thank Bob, you and James for bringing in Rogue Retreat for the other 8 acres that we're talking about utilizing. So I know that was way more than what you were originally thinking about. You're thinking about this 2-acre little project with, up to maybe perhaps 30 tiny homes, the 100-square-foot homes, but it's appreciated. So to the vote, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair most definitely votes yes.
There you go.
So thank you.
Commissioners, a point of clarification on the last approved amount there. Would you like them to come back to move it out of approved once the 501c3 has been granted, or are we okay to move with a grant once the 501c3? Do we need further board action?
Good clarification.
Can you just let us know when they get it? Would
I'll
that
just
be-
bring it up. How about I bring it up in a meeting, and then we can take care of it then?
Yes.
Well, so I would think
The other board members are very tied to this development happening within the 10 acres on 2 acres. So, I suspect we're going to be tracking this master planning process as it moves along as well. So maybe we could just merge those 2 streams at some point down the line.
let's bring it back to our board meeting at some point, and not for approval, just for clarity.
Copy. We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last comment. Row Retreat has run an urban campground for over 2 years. In our last conversation, we had more of a discussion of that. They started with tents with canopies. Currently, their campground has pallet shelters, which are in storage at Opportunity Foundation and going to be used in Bend, as well as tents. But they are also doing some stick-built structures. And I believe what they do is determine just how medically fragile an individual coming into the camp is, and then decide which of those is most appropriate for them. But I hope you will join us. I hope you'll all join us in a tour of what Row Retreat is doing in Medford, and then a lot more makes sense once you have seen their operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, Commissioners, next up is Mr. Nahad Sederazodi, our Director of Public Health, and he'll be on here to discuss the COVID unit updates, request for $840,260, and there's an item in the format of a staff report included in the packet that was
over.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Nahad and Cheryl.
Yes, I'm joined by my colleague Cheryl Smallman. She's our business officer for Deschutes County Health Services. And for the record, my name is Nahad Sederazodi, Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services. So before we get started, I will shamelessly put in a plug for something. First of all, some bad news to share in that since the onset of this pandemic, we've had more than 10 million reported cases of COVID positive children. In the last 2 weeks alone, we've had over 2 million children diagnosed with COVID. So I'm going to now pivot to a message to our community members in that Deschutes County Health Services has partnered with FEMA, that's the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to offer free walk-in COVID-19 vaccines for anyone 5 or older at the Bend National Guard Armory. And this will be until 4th of February. And services will be available from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. This is again on 875 Southwest Simpson Avenue in Bend. Okay, so with that said, I will now pivot to the main reason we're here. Commissioners, what you have before you, I'm just going to give a quick summary for the ask for your consideration. A quick context here, the board previously approved $2 million for case investigation, contact tracing, and wraparound services. To date, we have spent approximately $1.5 million of these funds and expect to fully spend the remaining $500,000 by mid to end of February. As I mentioned last week, you may recall during the COVID update, the Oregon Health Authority has shifted focus and strategy away from containment, and by containment, I'm referring to investigation and contact tracing. So it has shifted strategy from containment towards vaccination, testing, wraparound services, treatment, outbreak response, and public information and education. And this is because the case numbers are so high right now that these numbers have pretty much outstripped the overall response capacity. And moreover, containment is no longer an effective tool in reducing transmission, given the high numbers that we are seeing at this point. Therefore, we are now transitioning towards activities and strategies which can help reduce hospital admissions and deaths for the foreseeable future. Now, these strategies I already mentioned, but just to repeat, they include vaccination, testing, therapeutics, outbreak response for congregate settings, and public information and education. Now, Commissioners, we have also reached a critical point in our response in that we must stop asking people in our agency to wear multiple hats or continuously work 50 hours or more a week, or stop doing their regular work and instead do COVID. It's just not, 2 years into this, it's just not feasible anymore. We have gone through, and you're very well aware of this. We have gone through several iterations of COVID structure. You may recall the incident management teams that were put in place, and coming back into the health agency and being mainstreamed as part of our advancement and protection work. It is my expert recommendation that at this juncture we set up a standalone COVID response and recovery team with its own manager. Currently, Dr. Rita Batchel is being asked to manage both COVID and her regular section, which is, as you can imagine, not sustainable. The standalone structure that I'm mentioning reflects the latest shift in the strategy, and before you have the structure that you can also reference should you wish to do that. For example, in the structure that I just mentioned, there is no containment team anymore. There is no investigation and contact tracing team anymore. Additionally, the structure before you is already populated by COVID-specific limited duration positions, with the exception of 3 positions and 1 reclassification that we are proposing today. Our proposal, which is now I'm getting to the meat of the reason we're here, our proposal is to add 3 limited duration FTEs for around 2 to 2.5 years to lead the response and recovery. As you kindly see in the structure before you, this is our minimal core structure. For the enhanced versions, depending on your goals that you set for the counties within your public health authority purview, we will come back in the next week or 2, probably 2 weeks, to propose different scenarios which can be rolled out through hiring temporary staff or reformatting or adjusting the existing staff that we have. Those temporary staff will be led by the core staff that are in front of you in the positions that you see in the structure. So, Commissioners, the request is for $840,000, and we are proposing it to be funded from the existing $3 million in approved ARPA health contingency funds. As mentioned, there will be an additional request for temporary staff based on your goals to support various service levels of the call center, testing, outbreak response, wraparound services, and of course, vaccination. I'm happy to go further into the document that's before you, or I can just pause now, see if you have any questions, or give the floor to Cheryl if she wants to add anything.
Nahad, or maybe this question is for Cheryl. I don't understand. You're saying that you want to reclassify a public health nurse to a supervisor, but you really don't want to do that until 23, not the next 5 months, but you don't want to do it until 23? And then that salary, because it was ending at that point in time, you want to add it for that additional year, which will be $143,000. So why are you waiting to do that? If you're saying that we're short, that reclassification?
That's a really good question, Commissioner Adair. That, I think, is just an interpretation of what exactly that table represents. We would like to reclassify it as soon as possible. The paperwork is ready to go. It may already started for signatures if this is approved. But what you see there in the table, so for fiscal year 23, $15,418 is the additional appropriation or additional money we would need to convert a public health nurse to a supervisor.
But then that would be as the 1st of July of 2020, correct? That 15,000, that's the additional cost on her on that salary?
Exactly. Yep. Salary and benefits.
Okay. So, all right. Well, I just thought it was kind of, you're saying you're short, and yet we're talking about doing something not for, 7 months? So 6 months. Yeah, okay. Just wondering. Are there any other questions?
I'm interested in understanding the time frame here. So I'm thinking that, we've seen a Delta wave and an Omicron wave, and We're seeing containment is not going to be the solution, so everybody's getting it. Vaccines are out there. My point is, I think we're going to see a big drop-off here. I don't know, I'm not the expert, you guys are. We're going from a pandemic to an endemic. So do we really need to be looking for a commitment out to 24? I'm just thinking if we have the COVID-19 team in January, February, March of 2024, and we're not even talking about COVID-19 anymore, then what?
Right.
I would phrase it a little differently, but I am also wondering, there is a huge range of potential scenarios ahead of us, from future variants of COVID being, they could be more transmissible or less transmissible. The real big question is, how severe the disease is going to be, and best case scenario, future variants of COVID are not as dangerous to us. Worst case scenario, we could get something that's more transmissible or equally transmissible to Omicron and more dangerous, more severe. So I definitely appreciate the scenario planning for to be able to address bad to medium bad scenarios. But I'm wondering what happens to this team and this manager if we don't have worst case scenarios, and if things go, we do see future variants being less severe, and we do move towards this sort of kind of endemic endemic type world of COVID in the future. And I heard you, Nahad, talk about temporary staff for certain components here, but I mean, are you able to basically ramp down this team and manager once you've built this unit as needed or as appropriate, or how do we make sure that we haven't put resources in place if we have a not so bad scenario?
Yeah. Thank you for the questions. Commissioners, the proposed structure is populated by limited duration positions, and in accordance with HR rules, if funding is not available, then the positions will not.
Okay.
The high attrition burnout we have, especially with those involved in COVID, give us opportunities to adjust with the landscape of this virus. Do I know what the next scenario is? No, and I don't think anyone else does either. So these are just conjectures based on our best understanding. These were also conjectures a year and a half ago, 6 months ago, when we saw the ebbs and flows, and we thought Delta was the last wave. So based on the information we have today, and based on what can be sustainable, and based on the quality service that is expected in this community, this is my expert recommendation for the structure we need to put in place.
I'm thinking I would personally feel more comfortable in funding this for 22 and 23. That's 17 months. And then, January 1st of 23, we can definitely we'll have a fresher perspective. And that's 6 months ahead as far as, are those positions really, truly needed? Have things calmed down? So, the funding is, we have $3 million that are allocated, that are set aside for the health department, and those funds would come out of that allocation, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
But I can see if you really feel that you needed to reclassify this one position, Nahad, and that person is already working here, why wouldn't you, I would say, Cheryl, I would think maybe you could add that back, if that makes any sense. I mean, do you need that person now? I mean, you're talking about needed that person in seven months, but maybe you need that upgrade now.
Our intention is to upgrade it right now. That is already, we have enough budgeted to cover that for fiscal year 22. And most budgeted set aside funding wise for fiscal year 22.
Okay, so that's, you were going to do it already, but we weren't going to see it because of your, the number of employees that, Banfield positioning then, you're saying?
It's just covered by other funds.
Right. Well, I mean, aren't we at like 50-some employees that are short in the health department? I mean, it's pretty big.
Well, so, yeah, getting back to it, I mean, I definitely support the emergency response and recovery, manager position in the org chart as presented. It is the horizon that I'm thinking about there, so I'm very comfortable with that concept. If this is January, we're in the, just past halfway to FY22, we're talking about a year and a half from now or so. That'd be a good horizon to be able to see at this point, and empower staff to get this set up. And if it's the right thing to do, we'll be keeping it.
Yeah, I think we can, I would like us to reserve the full amount, but to address the kinds of concerns that Commissioner Adair put out, we are working with limited duration positions, so we can set the initial term for those limited duration positions to less than the full, through FY 2024 duration, and have a checkpoint at a certain point on whether the final year's worth of funding is needed or not. But I would hate for us to get to that final point and not have the funds in reserve. So that's why I'm recommending we fund the full request, or we allocate the full request with some essentially in reserve, and with key checkpoints on these limited duration positions at an appropriate point.
I think these are reserve ARPA fund, a reserve.
We have the reserve,
fund
right.
already
And
in the
it's-
ARPA pool.
Yeah.
We could, if I'm following where you're going, we could actually create another reserve line just for this amount. So you could approve X amount as asked, and then put another piece of it in reserve with just this line item, still coming out of reserves, but there would be more transparency to it, more identification.
In the same way that the 2 million allocation we set aside, and we've been actively working it, over time.
Right. We can get more granular if that helps.
I think what we're really talking about doing is the $300,228 that we could come out of the 3 million. That's the 5 months this year, and then next year, and then, the other funding could be set aside too. So we clearly know, hey, this is what we want to do, but it's in '24, we should look at it in '23, January.
We can do that if that's what you'd like to do.
Yeah, I just feel better about it, Nahad.
Can I come in for a second?
Please.
Can I come in for a second?
Yes?
So I'm not going to pretend I understand where the discussion is going. I just want to know that when we are advertising these positions, the potential candidates, the caliber of candidates we want to recruit for, do they see a year and a half, or do they see 2.5 years? Because if it's a year and a half, then frankly, I don't even know if it's worth my effort to go after someone when I know after 6 months they're going to look for other jobs.
And that was why I was talking about us paying really close attention to the duration, the initial duration of the limited duration positions. If we supported these positions at least through the end of fiscal year 23, that would give Nahad if you were to advertise right now and people were ready to respond quickly, that would be at least a 17-month duration. I could also see going to 2 years on that. Because again, if you're recruiting for people in a very, very competitive job market, at least that amount of,
You're saying add 5 more months, make it a 2-year opportunity.
it would be 7 more months to get it to 24 months.
Okay.
So that would be one scenario. But then, you're well into FY 2024 by that point as well. So just trying to balance with the concern that was expressed earlier about not fully obligating and committing the 2024 dollars until we know how the pandemic is going to play out.
So this is the emergency org chart. This is an emergency and we need to deal with it. I don't know that I'm going to be supportive of saying, well, we're not sure if it's going to be emergency a year and a half from now, but we're going to fund you until then. I mean, it's just backwards concept to me. And I understand, Nahad, thank you for advocating for, the long-term, career opportunities for the people that could fill that position. But for this emergency structure, that's not going to be the driver for me.
Well,
and I'm comfortable with the year and a half, and we're available. We're going to put a line item in there that says this is the next funding if needed. And if the emergency goes away, we may not have this structure. That is the reality.
Here's another way of looking at this. Nahad, if we have a good, a better case scenario, and these folks are not fully needed for COVID response for 2 years, do you have the flexibility in the way you've advertised these positions to be able to put these people to other important work in the public health division? We've for the last 2 years, we've seen you have to take people away from their regular jobs in public health to do COVID work. Do we have the flexibility, if we funded these positions, to do the opposite and actually say, well, you're in the COVID unit, but we don't need you working on COVID 100%, so we're going to have you help with X, Y, or Z function instead?
Yeah. So there are a couple of things here that I'd like to put on the table for your decision-making, commissioners. One is that all of you are aware of health services and public health, the attrition rate of our staff. So often when we do have a vacancy in our public health division, health services, the first people, the cohort of people that we tap into are those who are working for us on limited duration positions with COVID, because we've seen their work ethic, we've seen their expertise, and we can draw from that pool. So that has been one way where we have shrunk and grown in our division based on the existing talent that we have. The other part, commissioners, that maybe I didn't explain earlier, is that the positions you have in front of you, some of them, 7 or 8 of them, I don't have off the top of my head, are basically the limited duration end of this year. Some of them are 6 months from now, 6 months from the end of this year, so June of 23. And some of them, December. This was done deliberately and opportunistically, so that at no point we are dealing with a massive staff turnover. And some of it was done opportunistically because of the funds that came our way. So should this pandemic go away, as is a valid point that you're raising, then we have some mitigation factors built in by the end of this year where some positions will come to an end and they won't be refilled. So a third, basically I would say a third of the positions, we have staggered them end of this year, middle of next year, end of the following year. Now, the three key positions in front of you, I would imagine, are the last positions we want to get rid of. A manager position, for example, a logistician, so that a hands-on person, and somebody who's overseeing the outbreak settings like the long-term care facilities or the businesses, for example, and schools. These are not the positions that are going to go away first.
It's very helpful to understand the staggering of the limited duration positions already in place, and also kind of, what could happen with the person who was filling one of these positions, if the pandemic is not as bad as in a better case scenario. And it's also interesting that as you were talking, Had, I was thinking about the situations where we have people in certain kinds of limited duration positions, and other positions doing different work that are maybe permanent open up within the organization, and you can you've actually had a chance to test people out in certain ways, and can migrate them over. So, conceivably, some positions that are filled for a limited duration to X date, you end up hiring that person for something else, and that's an opportunity to cut off that limited duration position, and just not refill it for the remainder of the limited duration period.
Commissioner Crystal Heineke was heading our containment strategy. I think you're very well familiar with Chris, a star in our organization, in our county, frankly, and congratulations to her as she just recently delivered. She is now in the emergency preparedness FTE position, right? We had an opportunity to take a look at her performance, and she was able to also test us, and it seemed like the right fit, and she went through the recruitment process, and she's one of those examples who went from a limited duration to fill a very important role for the county.
So in support of our discussion, I'd like to allocate those ARPA dollars for FY '22 and '23 and support the line item specifically for '24. And I'll make that a motion if that's.
Sure, make the
We're
motion.
going to do it. That was my motion.
Okay. So, and support it, you mean put it all together, the 840,200?
Well, no, as I say, the line item separate in our spreadsheet, which is
Okay.
the bucket, the hold on to.
Okay, so you're saying
Unallocated.
make the 540?
By name.
Okay. Is there a second?
So 840,000 total in that line item with
540.
the FY '22 and '23 active immediately.
Right.
Based on what we just heard, I would lean more towards getting further into FY 2024. I really do see the importance of advertising a full 2-year position, at least, if you're going to put out a limited duration position announcement. So I mean, I don't know if that's a different motion or a kind of, a request to modify your original motion, but that's what I would like to second.
Okay. It sounds like he's modifying your motion. Did you want to accept that?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I will second that motion then that you made with the $540,032 captured and clearly identified so that we know on January 1st of 2023 where we're going. Just that gives us another year. Who would have thought, we were going to flatten the curve, like 22 months ago? And we're not. We haven't
We're going to fix everything.
Yeah, we haven't flattened the curve, so anyway. Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Not what I wanted, but better than nothing. I'll vote yes.
Okay, and the chair votes yes.
So I'm acknowledging, this is COVID-19. We're in the height of a wave right now, and this is serious business. by doing this, I'm being optimistic. I just have a hunch that it's just going to slide down and it's going to start to go away. We're going to have to manage people that are at risk in our community for a long time to come, but I would hope that we're going to be switching out of full-on emergency mode. So I'm just trying to be optimistic here.
But we just heard how we could program these resources and then they could be, limited duration positions could be stopped if people are moved into different positions or, you can be optimistic and you can still support the original request that was made.
And there's a long history. The health department works on multiple funding streams. Dollars come and go for different purposes all the time. It's very dynamic, and I've seen this over time. So, I mean, I'm supportive of the efforts. This is the way I'd like to account for it at this time.
And I truly worry about all those other unintended consequences where people have not seen their physicians and had their physicals and followed up with all the other healthcare things out there that we're seeing. A lot of things happening. And Nahad, I do want to comment, you look like you feel a little better today than you did last week, so I hope you continue to feel better.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioners. I, on the one hand, want to acknowledge your support. On the other hand, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that our recruitment might be impacted by the short duration, in my view. And I will do our best. We'll do our best to recruit talented people to join. And if we're not successful, I might have to return for your reconsideration.
And Commissioners, there's some things we could do on the.
You can always return.
There's some things we could do on the announcement to say, this amount and up to. So we could work around that.
Okay.
When you're advertising the duration of these positions?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Eric, for that clarification.
I want to credit Greg. Greg whispered that into my ear, so I want to.
There you go.
That's where the credit is.
Okay. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, I didn't quite hear the amount that was approved.
Well.
So it was the full 840,000 something onto that line item with 500, the FY 22 and 23 active this year, or active as of now. Are available to advertise the limited duration position.
Okay.
So I believe originally we will be funding the $300,228 with the $540 left in a separate reserve line.
So yeah, I'm thinking, so we have a spreadsheet, right? And item number 63, it says public health, and then there's a set of items under there. I think we just added one called the FY 24 emergency org chart support number for $540,000, however we name it.
Are you talking the number 79?
Yeah, so as I say, just adding it to the next line item.
Yes, because remember, we've got it in two separate spots.
So
71 and 79.
Okay, so the reserve item would be the 540,000, and the approved item would be the difference between the 840 and the okay. Gotcha.
I think it's $228.
I confirm, I agree with Commissioner Adair.
Okay, great.
There you go.
Thank you, Cheryl. It's pretty bad when you're doing
numbers.
Math.
In your head.
Under pressure, right? Okay, so I believe we'd now like to hear from Lapine.
Yeah, so the next item up is Lapine Health Center, and there's a couple of ladies here that are going to step up, and I'm going to step aside. And this is in relation to item number 70 on your master list. You can find it there. It was submitted and distributed a while back. So I'm going to clean my, thank you, Eric, clean this off, and somebody else.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Greg, since you come back first thing at 1 and it's now 12:30, do you think we could continue with ARPA when you come back after, like, let's say 1:15 or something? Well, I'm not sure how long, Charlie, you guys want.
The only thing left would be the list, unless there's anything else that the board wants to.
Okay, well, sisters, that that allocation.
And the Council on Aging.
Yeah, so we have some more things, so these, I think we should, Lapine should have their recognition, and then maybe we could come back.
Thank you, Commissioners, for taking time to see us. We appreciate this. And
You got to see some fun stuff already, huh?
I have, so for the record, I'm Charlotte DeHate, and this is Courtney Ignazito from Lapine Community Health Center. And I have to say, I'm thankful that we were here this morning to see all the work that is being done. There were 2 of those programs that I'm excited about, and so I wrote notes on to take back with me. So I appreciate that we're actually here to be able to hear those. We're
Sign
here.
up for your internship?
Say again?
Are you going to sign up for your internship with COCC?
Oh, yes. That is the.
There you go.
I'm headed back to talk to HR. Thank you, Commissioner.
Already
Jane.
interrupt.
Yeah, you're exactly correct. So we are here to request funding for a capital project called the Healthcare Hub for Lapine and South County. And we are requesting $5 million. So this actually started in 2019 when in one of our strategic planning sessions, we talked about purchasing the building that we're already in, purchasing the lot that is just east to us, and building a building to expand services, not only for Lapine Community Health Center, but for the whole community. And this is why we're calling it a healthcare hub. So then we were meant to start this in 2020, but something called the pandemic interfered. And then during the pandemic, we realized we don't have enough space to help. We were asked to start the first vaccine clinic in clinics, and so we did. We helped the health department. We were the only clinic that did this at that time. We made space out of our community room, and we started a vaccination clinic. But we had to figure out how to do it. We have no space left. Right now, we expanded our behavioral health department, and in order to do that, we have pushed staff out to a whole nother building, working in a bullpen scenario, and we're willing to do what we have to do in order to continue to bring services to the people of our community. So this idea of brick and mortar, which is kind of opposite of where everybody has gone during the pandemic, it's much needed. What we want to do is we want to bring in services so people of the South County community do not have to come into Bend. One of the biggest services is behavior mental health. As you saw during the pandemic, this became just a huge issue, both with addictive issues and then just people dealing with how to deal with their lives during the pandemic. But this has always been an issue. Mental behavioral health has always been something that's very important to us as human beings. It's just that now it's at the forefront. So this building, 27,000 square feet, 3 stories, and it would be right next door to our current facility. It would house imaging, and so people from South County would not have to come to Bend for mammography, for CAT scans, and for ultrasounds. When somebody is in an urgent situation, being able to have a CAT scan or an ultrasound right there in South County is very important. So those are the two scenarios, expanding mental behavioral health and then also imaging. And then the third thing is dental. Yes, there are dentists in South County, but being a federally qualified health center, those people, all of our patients can be seen in our dental facility utilizing our discounted program, which they don't have right now. They have to, people are very limited with dental in South County. And so we would be able to facilitate that with this additional space. The other things that came up during COVID, even though right now it's looking like it isn't needed, but an infusion center. So, but we were also asked, and my understanding is that might be going by the wayside for COVID, but during the crisis, we were asked to actually assist with cancer treatment through infusions. We didn't have the space to do it. And so this would give us the opportunity to have space for this. And then secondarily, but not really, is that it would actually help in that we want to have space for childcare. We lost employees during the pandemic because of childcare situations. And in order to be able to have space, to be able to allow our employees to know that their children are cared for, they can come to work, and the people are not going to call off and then all of a sudden they don't have childcare, which is affecting to us, affecting to our patients, and so we would be able to do that. And then the other piece of it is self-care. So you can imagine being in the medical industry during a pandemic, even though primary care is not discussed, primary care, we took a huge hit. I want to thank all of our staff for everything that they did during this pandemic, because we were the only clinic in Central Oregon that did not close. And they took pride in that. They put themselves on the line, because in South County, not everybody has telehealth. They don't have access to the bandwidth. And so consequently, we allowed people to come in to be seen for their diabetes, for their hypertension, in order to be able to continue to try to maintain a better, healthy lifestyle. Didn't always happen. We had some very sick patients because they were afraid to come in. But having this building would allow us to also create a place where employees can actually go to relax. We want to have some space where we could actually have a couple of small kiosks for, I don't know, something with healthy food instead of fast food, and that bright sunny area that they can sit in and enjoy their lunch, enjoy their breaks, buy some coffee. We want to have a courtyard outside where staff can go and sit out in the sunshine and not be be able to get away from this very important but stressful work that they do. It would also give us space for our administrative staff so that we can actually have room to meet and to continue to do the good work that we do. So this is the request. It is an opportunity, I think. Not I think, I know. This is an opportunity for all of us to do something exceptional with these dollars that have come through, and to help South County grow in the need that we need, in the way we need to. I get goosebumps. I get excited when I talk about this, because this is what we need. We need a place. There's 20 to 25,000 people in this county. It isn't just small little Lapine. 20 to 25,000 people. In 2021, we serviced 7,800 patients. So that is very different than what people in Bend think that we do down there. And so there is a need, and I just hope and pray that you take the opportunity to assist this with this project. And I'm going to have Courtney talk about the financial side so that you understand where we're pulling the dollars from and why we're making this request.
Can I just ask one question, Charlotte? What about actually an urgent care? Were you guys going to address that issue or not? Because we seem like a lot of things don't really get taken. I mean, it sounds like where you're scanning and everything, it sounds like you have greater capacity if you're going to be doing infusions. But will there be more medicine available for your community so they don't have to, travel to St. Charles and Bend?
So the answer to that is urgent care. Just like St. Charles changed their primary medical care and their primary medical walk-in to state urgent care there in Lapine, we could call ourselves an urgent care. We have all the services for an urgent care. You need x-ray, you need lab, and then you need doctors. So we have everything to be called an urgent care also, but you can't give additional services. St. Charles does not give any additional services than we give, just because the name changed to urgent care. What is needed is an emergency department. So that's why I'd like you to change the conversation from urgent care. You have an urgent care down there now, but they don't provide any more services than we provide. You need an emergency department. When we did the research on this a year and a half ago, gosh, I can't believe it's been that long. A year and a half ago, we discovered that Medicare and Medicaid will not pay. In other words, we would not get reimbursed unless you're exactly 30 miles away from the hospital. So
So how many miles are you away?
About 32.
Okay.
34 maybe. And they have to be fairly tied to the hospital. And so St. Charles would have to do it. But St. Charles cannot put an urgent care in Lapine. It would have to be.
You mean an emergency?
Excuse me. Yes?
I know.
Oh my gosh, I slipped. Tony, I can't believe I slipped.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. I can't believe I slipped. So emergency department would have to be towards Sun River, in Sun River, something like that. But even that is better than not having anything in South County. So if you're looking at that, that's what you have to look at. And it stems from reimbursement from Medicare and Medicaid, amazingly enough. So we know more about this than we ever wanted to know.
No, but it is, to me, it's so important for healthcare in South County is to have that emergency department. You know, we have it in Redmond, you know.
Right.
The Madras, St. Charles has it. They have it, don't they have it in Prineville?
Yes, they do. But those emergency departments were already there when St. Charles purchased those sites. So that could have something to do with it also, between creating a site and it already being there.
Okay.
So the services that the reason we want this building is so that we can provide the additional service, the mental behavioral health, the radiology services, the imaging services. I mean, getting women their mammographies is huge. That can definitely assist long-term. Also having the CAT scans and the ultrasounds, that can offload our hospital system, because if we can find something and it turns out to be nothing, we've just offloaded the emergency department. So, and then of course, having the dental, where everyone, no matter their ability to pay, can have dental services. As you know, for pregnant moms, for OB, that's very important.
So question, isn't Advantage Dental across the
They are.
town or street?
And Advantage Dental cannot take Medicare, and we are 35% Medicare patients, and that's only us. I don't know how many St. Charles has. And so
What
we
is the difference?
utilize a dental voucher program to assist our Medicare patients
Okay.
with Advantage Dental.
And then, you know, you did mention behavioral and mental health.
Yes.
That is what Deschutes County does, and we do have that at the Southern Deschutes County Service Center. So, yeah, how does that complement also?
So my understanding is that they are running out of space, and so they could be possibly part of this solution. And the other side of that is it's going to take both our services in mental behavioral health. So we just have a new psych nurse practitioner. Psych nurse practitioners are very difficult to find, but we grew our own, and she just became licensed. And then working hand in hand with Deschutes County services, and then with private entities. With mental behavioral health, it takes everyone to get the job done.
If we were, just to follow that thought, if we were to make commitments to expanding both our space and capacity of the behavioral health team, from the county in South County, would that if there was expanded space, could you foresee some of your people working in that space alongside our people, or I guess what I'm trying to get at is are the behavioral health services at the La Pine Community Health Clinic integrated with other care in a way that it has to be co-located, or could the behavioral health services that are needed in the community be addressed in a different location, but potentially even by a different provider?
Mm-hmm. So our behavioral health services, we like to do what we call warm handoffs. So if someone is in crisis, whether it's because of a diagnosis that came along or they're just having problems dealing with their world in that moment, we do what we call warm handoffs. And so for some of our behavioral health consultants, this is what we utilize them for. For Deschutes County, we would love to have them embedded. We would love to have them in this new building embedded with us so that we can work closely together. Commissioner DeBone, you might have been, I don't quite remember, but we did have Deschutes County embedded with us in our clinic for about a year and a half, 2 years at one point. This was in 2013, 2014, and that was because of a push that I had before they even had. So it was my working with someone from Deschutes County Mental Behavior Health to bring them into our clinic, and then they put them in the space that they are now. So it was through our work that we were able to create the Deschutes County Hub.
So one of the things I'm seeing is we have a mosaic clinic at Courtney Building. So we have the FQHC in our building, and now this is the FQHC wanting to host the behavioral health. So, it's a little bit reversed, but it's the same relationship.
Exactly. Yes. We have the same goals.
Yep.
Yes. So Courtney, if you would address the financial side.
Sure, and before I start with the financial side, I want to add to what Charlotte was saying and maybe answer a little bit of the question that Commissioner Adair had about emergency care. As we all know, a healthy community starts with preventative care. It's the very first step. And then it stems out into maintenance of chronic illnesses that come along. And then if they don't maintain the care that they need, or if, say, they're, obviously accidents, we can't help that, can't foresee that. But those are the things that lead into the emergency care. So the more access that we can provide and help the community get the care that they need, the preventative and the maintenance care, the less likely they are to need that emergency care. And so, and through COVID, we have seen a lot of people stop going to the doctor, stop seeking the care that they need because they're afraid. They're afraid to leave their home. They're afraid to go into a clinic where there might be contact with someone who is sick. And despite our efforts to really push out that message that we've separated people with viral symptoms from the rest of the population at our clinic, it's still a little bit of an issue, and we've seen that. We've seen people that are sicker. We've seen more of our patients land in the emergency room. And so we're doing a lot of work that continues to be happening with our staff to, outreach to our patients and get them in and make sure that they're cared for. So that's going to be an ongoing process past, the immediate pandemic. We're going to see that for a while, just trying to get people back on track. And so that's all just part of a big group effort to lessen that emergency care need. Though as we grow, I think that we'll still need to see an emergency room at some point down in that area. But this still helps answer that need.
Thank you, Courtney.
Yeah. So we are being told that the project will land somewhere around $12 million at this point. So, just pocket change. It's quite a project. And currently we have $2 million. That is $500,000 from the Health Resources and Services Administration ARPA funds that they had available for capital grants, and so and then $1.5 million of our own reserves for this project. We have spoken with First Interstate Bank. They're very interested in helping to provide gap funding. So while we continue to fundraise and look for grants, they could help us in that interim so that we could be paying for the services up front and then backfilling with fundraising dollars. We've done a lot of research into other grant programs. We've looked at tax credits and the community development block grants. That's very hard to say for me, as well as USDA. And so we have some interest in $500,000 here, $1 million there, but they want to see us come up with 50 to 60% of the money up front. And that also goes for fundraising in the community and going public with our ask. We need to have that large investment up front to really show that this project is going to move forward. And because we are a nonprofit, of course, we need to have a loan that's as small as possible, because carrying that loan without having the grants and donations, it would not be a successful project if we had to do that. And
Courtney, what did the USDA say to you? I know that they would not help Terrebonne. They said the income in Terrebonne was $66,000. I mean, the average income, and that it didn't qualify, but I would.
Oh my goodness.
I know, it doesn't make sense, but that wasn't, yeah.
We have a great relationship with USDA. They are the ones that provided the direct loan for our property purchase and purchase of the building that we had been leasing from. And so we've been discussing with them in great depth on how we could have them involved in this. There was a grant opportunity available that was, I believe it was up to $5 million actually, for capital improvement and new buildings. The problem was the deadline was extremely short, and we needed a consortium with 3 partners to get that moving forward. And so though we attempted, we thought that we had found another way, we were eligible, we rushed to get everything together, and then found out we just were not eligible to apply for that. There would be potential for another direct loan, but again, that's carrying a mortgage that we would need to be able to pay. So we need to get as much grant dollars and donations as possible. So for now, USDA is only available as a loan option to help toward the end. So
Is that, so I'm just thinking about, I'm pretty familiar with USD Rural Development. Is that through the community facilities?
Yes. And we know $5 million is a very large ask. We've been told that a few times, but we are so passionate about this. We are there. None of us are there for the money. None of us are in La Pine Community Health Center to benefit ourselves. We see the need. We love our community, and we want to make sure that we are meeting that need. And we just need a partner to jump in with us and help us get this off the ground so that we can continue moving forward and get started as soon as possible. So thank you for hearing us today.
Well, great job, thank you.
So when you said First Interstate could do some gap, does that mean actually donating money to you, or just interim funding?
It would be interim funding. It would be a loan. It's a gap funding loan. And so it would just help to provide the funds up front as we continue to fundraise. So say once we get 50, 60% into our funds, then they could provide that remaining portion as we go out to the community for investments and for large donations and hopefully finding some other smaller grants, and then we would pay back that loan. I don't know exactly what the terms would look like on the payback, but they're very, very interested in helping us in any way that they can for that portion, for the gap.
Okay, so if you have 2 million, it's 12, and so really you need 4 million to get to 50%? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I mean, I was because I keep thinking 7 million, and because if we were to get 5 plus our 2, we'd have 7, we'd be at that 60% level. Right, I was
Very
thinking,
close.
I was
Yes,
thinking
for 50,
50%.
yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify, so the purchase of the current building and the lot, and then the construction of the additional building, that's all part of the 12 million, or some of that has already occurred?
So we have already purchased the current building and the lot with a USDA loan. And so that is completely separate. Now we're looking for funding to build the new building on the empty lot that we've already purchased. And so again, this is just an amazing opportunity for South Deschutes County, for all the community members that are down there. And so it isn't about La Pine Community Health Center. It is about, this being a healthcare hub for the whole community, for South County. And I'm just loving this opportunity, and we're hoping that you can assist us.
Now, I know that COHC, that medical goes even down into Klamath County, because you took me on that tour that time. So I'm wondering, have you guys asked COHC at all for any help?
Yes, we have, and the capital, it doesn't fit with.
Really?
Yes, with their projects. So right now, we have tried different avenues of Central Oregon Health Council, and right now with the, what they call the Regional Health Improvement Plan funds, we do not qualify for this capital project. So if you know another route, Commissioner Adair, we'll gladly take it.
I know, I was trying to think, Congressman Benz, what could he do? You know, what could we do with federal funding in order to, I mean, because truly your community needs more attention.
I did want to, that's actually a good segue. I wanted to chip in that federal earmarks have returned in the last year. Congressman Bentz did not participate in soliciting and then submitting requests for, they're called congressionally designated spending requests this last year, but our two senators did, and you know, for example, just right there in La Pine, they secured an earmark for over $600,000 for the Rural Fire Protection District to buy some equipment, and I think that to me the case for this investment is a lot more compelling. So it particularly since we're talking about a federally qualified health center, so I'm wondering whether there are earmark type opportunities to explore and pursue with this, and I for one, at least among commissioners, would be very happy to work with you to approach our members of Congress, and I still don't fully understand when. Well, actually. What is the new Congressional District 5 boundary? The La Pine will still be in Congressional District 2?
That's my understanding.
It's moving out of Congress, or, no?
No, we're still going to be in.
Bend will move into Congressional District 5 and parts of Redmond and Sisters, but, okay, so.
I think you guys stay in too.
So you would still want to work on Congressman Benz. But I'd be happy to work with that process, and all the federal programs that you identified, CDBG, USDA Rural Development Community Facilities, what was the original 500,000 that you mentioned?
The HRSA, Health Resources and Services Administration.
HRSA, I mean, basically the way that these congressionally designated spending requests work is if there is an existing federal funding program, you can you can operate outside the regular competition process and have a direct allocation made via a member of Congress's request. So those are three potential options to plug in for an earmark request.
Thank you.
So that's one thought, but also as we've been talking, I've been trying to think about the ways that the county could engage with this project. That $5 million is more than the amount of ARPA funds that we have remaining. So I can't visualize how we get there out of the ARPA funds. But if you, and the reason I was asking about the purchase of the existing building and the lot was because if that transaction hadn't been completed yet, the county owns a large amount of land in La Pine. So I mean that's one. There's actually 5 acres immediately adjacent to St. Charles. I mean, I don't know whether that's good or bad to be next door neighbors, but so there will be opportunities to contribute to a project through land. There would be certainly. I mean, if we're talking about co-locating behavioral health services, the county uses, capital, the reserve funds to do facilities expansions for our people. So, there's opportunities to look outside of the ARPA dollars at, some of our, to basically put it in the pipeline for our capital construction projects, to, coordinate on co-located services in that way. Those were the first two things that came to mind, but we should try to be creative.
Well, I think you've been creative. Honestly, to hear that you were open the whole time, I think that is so important. That was so respectful of your community. Telemedicine, there's always something that is lost there, and so thank you for being open. That's great to hear.
Absolutely.
No, it is truly appreciated, and thank your physicians and your nurses and everyone who made that happen.
Absolutely.
So what's a unallocated ARPA amount at this point in time?
Like
I see
3 million.
Dan is ready to go.
3.2 million or something?
Commissioners, at this point, after the allocations we've done today, I would say around 2.8 million is unallocated. And then just a reminder, all the funds are discretionary for the board. So there's still about 2.2 left in the health bucket that could be reallocated. And there's 1.5 million, of course, in small business assistance that also is in a bucket that could be reallocated if need be. But unallocated right now is about 2.8 million.
And
So, I mean, is-
small business assistance,
Yeah,
I mean,
we're going to be doubling that one maybe.
That one is really short, because that was
Yeah.
only 1.5.
So I just pointing out, is there any willingness or interest in putting some amount there? My vision is if there was, and it's funny, we're throwing around numbers that are like this even, but $500,000 to really show support, get the ball rolling, show that this is a fundraising ask that has been funded at some level, is my thought.
I'm really interested in making an ARPA allocation to this project as well, but there's a lot of moving parts, and there's potential synergies with our own health services department. So thinking about the $2+ million that we have in health, health services reserves out of the ARPA, conceivably we could do something out of that, but I would really want health services to come in a coordinated way with you and make that request, because to me our first commitment with those dollars is to them. So kind of going along this train of thought of co-located services at your location with behavioral health. If we could flesh up that idea a little bit more, then I think that gives us a clearer pathway to make an ARPA allocation, and B, I think it also gives us kind of a longer term plan pathway to allocating capital reserve dollars unassociated with ARPA towards such a project.
I think this is so important, truly. It's important for your community of 25,000 people, from Christmas Valley and all those people that come up and use Lapine as their health center. It's, and then what do they have to do? Drive another 30 minutes in a good day? It could be a lot worse. So what we can do, I really would like, I'm on the Health Council, so I want to talk to them about this. And I think we should come back and talk to our health department too, because we do have 2.2 million in that bucket from there. So, but we have to talk to them, don't you think?
And the right time to literally the right time to make those congressionally designated spending requests is right now. right now. So we should, yeah, we should work that process through quickly as well.
Yes, we have a lot of opportunity. It's actually excellent that you came today.
So the answer is yes, but we're not sure how much or when.
Yes. But we're, yes, so happy to know what you're doing in South County.
And we have had some preliminary conversations with Janice and Chris, and so, we know that there's interest and, how we make this happen, and the opportunity still needs, to be shaped, but I think we could talk to them a bit more and come back to you with them, and that way we can have discussion and answer any questions that you have, and talk about the co-location further, because I do think that's a great opportunity for us to partner with the county, so.
I know the location now, it's like a multi-purpose building, because the behavioral health is in the front, and then around back, I think, isn't it like the sheriff's or something office? So,
With that at times.
I know that's not exactly the best, so, okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time,
Oh,
Commissioner.
good. Thank you.
I know the location now, it's like a multi-purpose building.
Oh, there you go, echo.
And if I could just also say, sorry, we can't send you away with a concrete commitment right now, but if for leveraging purposes, leveraging other funds, if it becomes urgent to have some kind of a commitment in hand, I hope you'll please let us know so we can respond even more quickly as needed.
Absolutely. We are getting to the point of time is of the essence. Only because we are incurring costs and with architecture, and we're utilizing the $500,000 from the Health Resource Services Administration in order to pay some of those upfront costs, and to do the environmental study and all of these things that need to be done when we're using federal funds. So all that is going to be in place already. And, but at some point, so HRSA expects certain things at certain times. And so we're really trying to meet those goals. And so we will definitely be communicating with you closely now that we have that permission to do so. So I really appreciate the optimism that came out of this and the support that came out of this. I truly appreciate it. So, thank you so much, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's adjourn and come back in 30 minutes, so at 1:35. Does that work for everyone? Thank you.
Sure, 1:35.
me? Okay, thank you so much. Yes, thank you, everyone. I hope everyone was able to grab a quick bite to eat. We definitely need our cafe open again, don't we, for these kind of days? Thank goodness I brought my cottage cheese. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. 2 meals so far today of cottage cheese. Let's do something different for dinner, I hope. Okay, we're back to just looking at ARPA. Greg, what would you like to say?
Sure. So thank you, Commissioners. Just for the record, Greg Munn, County Finance Office. And we're on the last little bit of our ARPA discussion carrying over from this morning. And there was a couple of items that the board had asked about. One was the status of the Council of Aging request and also the Sisters Winter Warm. Those are the two that I had, plus anything else on the list that you'd like to talk about.
And I did send you the email from the state regarding the $1 million.
Yes.
So, and I said help, and you said yes.
And we're already on it. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Good, good. Yeah, no, that's great. I believe it'll be for the sewer system in Terrebonne.
No, it's for the Smith Rock project.
No, but we were originally told by Representative Bonham that it would be a choice of the commissioners where we spent that funding. The state has allocated $5 million for their park projects. They've allocated $5 million. So we officially haven't voted, but maybe we need to vote. And I was told it couldn't go to the Terrebonne ODOT project. That wasn't allowed, but it could go to the sewer project.
How about I follow up and get back to you?
Okay, good. Because, they kept saying it was going to go to Smith Rock, but then when the state allocated $5 million to Smith Rock, and I believe that's really going to address a lot of issues that they have there. Okay.
Will do.
Thank you.
So the Council on Aging project was, it's a $300,000 ask. It was submitted some time ago. It's item number 43 on the list. That's the extent of the status that we have on that, or that I have on that. But certainly something open for discussion, or if you'd like a presentation on it, or how you'd like to proceed with that.
So I was able to pull out the letter. It was originally put in November 4th, and I think there was a follow-up email recently that you kind of had put that same letter in it. It is a $300,000 ARPA ask for a $2 million project that's been, as of November, it was funded at $1.2 million. Excuse me, but I have, received a couple people ask, okay, are you going to act on it or not? So it's kind of in limbo because of that, getting on our list and then no answer.
Yeah.
And it sort of, we actually have dealt with a number of the other nutritional assistance projects in this bucket. So this one sort of, slipped by up until now. And I'm actually not 100% sure. My recollection of the project was that it was focused on their central service center, which allows the Council on Aging to support activities throughout Deschutes County. But this line on here, it says Redmond Senior Center. So is that? Was I looking at the wrong letter, or?
So as I say, hopefully, yeah, let's make sure we're on the same page.
It does say Redmond Senior Center, and I personally would like a presentation. Maybe they can update us where they're at today. So in 2 weeks?
Yeah, so I'm looking at one that says the Bend Community, formerly the Bend Community Center, which is a Council on Aging asset right now.
Right.
And there's multiple phases of redevelopment. For that, we helped them with their kitchen in the past, and this is to complete the rest of the project. So yeah, let's make sure we're on the same page.
Right. And I mean, again, that central senior service center supports activities throughout the county.
Well, that's my thought. Main service. Yeah, so we need more info, I guess, is going to be the bottom line.
Current info.
2 weeks, that would be great.
Okay, got it. And then the question on the Sisters Winter Warming Center, Commissioner Chang, I assume that was the question on the feasibility funding ask?
The planning request.
Planning request, yeah. So we're actually looking at that right now, and I'll be able to get back to you really soon on that.
Okay, checking the legality, is that what we're doing?
The eligibility, the ARPA eligibility.
Right, exactly. Okay, all right. So we're not forgetting it, we're just researching a bit more.
And we may need to have a little powwow with the players there, because the city council, I mean, people want to do something, but we need to get aligned. So it sounds like the information I've gotten is, hey, we if you fund us, we'll go do good stuff. And then the city council, I think, has been more like, well, hey, we're not on the same page, so let's stand by. So I think those are the two messages I've gotten.
Well, to add some nuance to that, the winter warming shelter people put forward a request for planning funds and for, a capital project. And there are many reasons to ask whether we should be funding a capital project if the city council is not on board. But I really don't see any reason why we shouldn't fund a planning, like a planning proposal, to assemble the information needed so that the Sisters Winter Warming Shelter has a plan. At this point, they've kind of got themselves, they've figured out, they've scrambled in very uncertain uncertain circumstances, but they have a plan. They're all lined out for the remainder of this winter. But we don't want them. I mean, we've seen what happens when winter warming shelters are scrambling just before winter starts to get their ducks in a row. I would really like to give them the resources so they can figure out their plan, so that they're ready next winter, and hopefully, whatever kind of plan they come up with, we'll have a long-term strategy to serve them in winters to come.
So if a church says we're going to open our doors to people in need and we're going to keep them warm at night, that's one thing. If a group of people says, hey, I need tens of thousands of dollars or $10,000 to study this and make a big plan, that plan is probably going to incorporate a lot of people in the whole area. So that's why I'm concluding that maybe we need to make sure we're in coordination with the city council instead of giving a group of passionate people dollars to put a plan together to be handed to the city council. That's my concept.
Okay. So,
but yeah, let's work on that.
Balls in my.
Let's do good work there too. Yeah.
yes.
It's on me right now, so I'll get back to you here quickly on the eligibility of that ask.
Thank you, Mr. Munn.
And I believe those were the questions from this morning. Is there anything else we'd want to discuss on ARPA?
No, that's good that we were able to.
Yes.
Both those are out there, and we all know they're out there. We got to get something going though.
So I believe now we are on item number 10. 45 minutes behind our timeline is all. And Greg.
All right, I'll see if I can catch us up here a little bit. Again, for the record, Greg Munn, County Finance Office. And this agenda item is the Treasury and Finance Report for December 2021. And this is actual financial activity through the end of December, so halfway through our fiscal year, December 31st. And initially, I'll just give you a rundown on our Treasury activity, and this is Treasury and Investments. This is the first page of the report. Down in the graphics, the balance in our portfolio, and that's the sum of all of our investments, liquid cash, and our the investments that we hold, is just about $288,673,000. This is $10 million less than what the portfolio balance was last month. And again, that's just a normal operating burn rate, what it costs the county to operate in general. But it's up $37 million from last year. And you've heard me say this a bunch of times, and I'll probably say it a bunch of times again. And that's primarily due to, some of it's due to the natural growth increase in property taxes as a result of increase in assessed values, but most of it's due to the receipt of those ARPA funds back in May. And we'll see that again in the coming May when the second tranche is received.
So, Greg and Nick, so, the big picture is that, that we do have this uptrend. And just like the transient room tax, it was basically pulled off into a separate fund saying these are unallocated. Is it maybe time to do that for the extra capital fund? You know, as in, if we're up by a couple million a year, can we pull it out and say, okay, let's allocate it to the capital? And that's the balance, and I'm sure we've been thinking about that forever. But right now is the time to practice that, because how much can we pull aside annually, you know, like in this next fiscal year and the next, because then we'll know, okay, if we're doing a $25 million project and we have 2 or 5 or whatever, some number, it helps to understand that, you know?
Yeah, and so that's a great question. And that's exactly what we do during the budget process. So once we satisfy, and I'm just going to talk generally about the general fund, once we bring in our property tax revenue, a certain amount of that has to go to fund the operations of the county. Once we've funded the operations of the county, including transfers that we've made commitments to some of our other funds and other activities, we've placed the difference, not including a contingency amount, because we want to keep that aside, but we place that into a reserve account. And that reserve account, then the board can allocate that towards capital. And that's typically what's happened. So could we do that mid-year? Yes, we could. But we will naturally do it at the end of the year or
I guess, so yeah, I mean, I'm not asking for us to do it at a separate time. I'm just asking for, you know, for us as a board and for the world to be able to see the fact that, okay, when we say we have increasing revenues and these big capitals, this is how we're peeling off one-time funds, I guess is my thought, because obviously we want to, you know, build for a long, vibrant future. We're a permanent level of government. So I haven't thought of it like that as much, you know. When you say, oh, it's 11 million more than the previous year, does that mean I mean, how much of that is, maybe that's a good analysis. What percentage of that?
20 and 19, though. He's actually
any
saying
number,
that,
yeah.
Yeah.
What percentage of that is kind of one-time funds, or is just the growth of the operation?
So really roughly, I could tell you that 19 million of that $37 million difference is one-time. Really roughly.
So, but has any of that 19 million left, though?
Yes, a little bit has.
That's what I'm thinking. How much? Do we know?
And I can share that to you as we go through the packet.
Okay.
Just some helpful analysis for us. It's good discussion. Yep.
Oh, that's right. We do have a page on it, don't we?
Happy you're interested. Okay, continuing on here on the portfolio, all of our investment categories are below or within policy, so that's good. And again, you remember we have a challenge a little bit in November when we receive the big lump sum of taxes. After we distribute those taxes out to our taxing districts, we have an amount that's meant for the county funding operations that we have a short period of time to actually get those dollars out of the pool and out into those investments. So we're able to get there by the end of December, which is good. It's a little bit of a challenge, so we're good there. Investment income, that graphic to your right there, $112,000 for the month. That's $30,000 less than last month and $90,000 less than the same month the year before. So we're seeing, again, we continue to see the average portfolio return decline, but I'm hoping that it's declining at a less rate as we move forward. And year-to-date, we're $764,000. That's 6 months through June. And last year, which was not a stellar year, we're down $570,000 from last year, year-to-date. Okay, so yield percentages, if the box there, you'll see the average yield, and this is what I was just talking about just a second ago, is the prior month average, that line at the bottom, we're at 61 basis points, 0.61, and last month we were at 0.62. So we were seeing this drop 3 basis points, 5 basis points, 12 basis points, but now we're seeing it hopefully sort of level off. And also related to that, the benchmarks down below, the 24-month Treasury is at 73 basis points. That's the return. And that's up 21 basis. That's up significantly from last month, 21 basis point increase. And I never thought I'd get excited about these numbers.
Below 1.
But they are. The 36-month Treasury, the 3-year Treasury bill, is 97 basis points, and that's up 16 from last month. And if you went back the last few fiscal reports that I've given you, I think I've said consistently the same thing. We're continuing to see these go up, and there's a graphic in here that'll show you to it as well. Last piece on this page, lower right corner, investment activity purchases in the month, you'll see 34.4 million. That's probably the most you'll see in any month, and that has to do with the receipt of property taxes and getting those funds distributed into the market. All right, next page, and if you look at the top graphic here, 24-month historic investment returns, if you look at that red line, that's the 2-year Treasury rate, and you can see since August or September, it's starting to increase. So these are shorter-term return notes, but it's one component of a few that really start to gel together and give us some direction on where the market might be going. So that's a good sign. And then down below the very bottom, and I've mentioned this a few times as well, this 5-year maturity distribution schedule. One of the things I've really worked on is making sure we're as balanced over the next few years as possible in terms of dollars maturing back into cash, liquid, so that we keep our liquidity over the long term. And you also notice that in most cases, there's gaps in November. I try not to have anything come mature in November because we've got plenty of cash coming in with property taxes. And so as we move forward, these gaps in the outer years, we have a 5-year window ladder, and so we'll be hopefully looking to be putting some dollars out there and to try to keep it as balanced as possible. The next page is a list of all of our investments, and coinciding with this 5-year maturity schedule, you'll notice that in blue, hopefully it's in blue on your report, those are towards the top of the report, those are the investments that were purchased this last month. And they're at the top of the report because it's sorted in maturity order. So those that are maturing sooner are at the top, and those that are maturing later at the bottom. So most of what we put money into was in 2022, and that was to fill that gap out because we have some expenses coming up with ARPA that we want to make sure we have cash on board to do that. So a little bit of thinking behind the scenes there for you. Next page is the position control summary. Down at the very bottom, you'll see we're running about a little over 10% unfilled rate, and it's sort of bouncing around between, right around low 10s, high 9s. This is considerably more than pre-COVID, which we were in the 5% range. We were half this. The total FTE growth between November and December was an increase of 5.1. 2 of those positions were in the sheriff's office, and 3.1 of the FTE was in health. 0.1 was the peer support at the stabilization center, the conversion from a 0.5 to 0.6, and 3 were limited duration homeless outreach under ARPA.
I was just wondering, since Peter's in the room, it still shows that we're down 9 employees in your department. Are we still down 9? I'm just hoping maybe some of those have been filled.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the commission. Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. I really appreciate you raising this question. We are struggling to fill our open positions. We have several, 2 building inspectors, a plans examiner, and 2 senior planner positions that are open until filled. Those have been, the building inspector and plan examiner positions have been advertised or promoted since October. We have not received viable candidates for that position. And we are experiencing similar circumstances with the senior planner position. We have 2 of those open, as I mentioned. We are currently recruiting for 3 assistant planner positions. We do have some interviews in place this week, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that we can fill 1 and ideally all 3 of them. But it is creating tremendous inefficiencies at the moment, as you can appreciate. I mentioned to Nick, last week we had 30 applications, which is not uncommon. January, especially when it's warm, can be a robust month, but given these staff shortages, we have colleagues like Kyle Collins, who's with Long Range Planning, we're tapping into his expertise to help us with development review.
And to clarify, Peter, it was 30 land use applications, not 30 applications for positions.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I was like, wow, we had 30 and none of them
I
fit?
figured it was land.
It was, thank you for that clarity. It was 30 land use applications that we got actually last week. I was just using that as an example.
That's because the weather was so nice. That's
The
what. you were
weather's
saying.
nice and people are positioning themselves for construction this spring and summer. Yeah, thank you for that clarity.
And I think you shared with me yesterday that you do have 3 code compliance staff starting this week, or?
We have filled code compliance. One, Carolyn, whose name I can't remember off the top of my head, started 2 weeks ago, and then we have 2 other code compliance officers, and thanks again to the board for authorizing that 3rd position. They're starting a week from Monday.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. Thanks for that information.
All right, I'll just point out on the budget to actuals report, when the general fund, you've got the graphic there, and this will sort of address a point that Commissioner DeBonne just brought up. If you look at the beginning working capital, it's blue. You see the blue half moon shape, and it shows beginning working capital where we started in the general fund of $15 million. So we had only budgeted a $13.5 million beginning fund balance. So again, if we were looking at right now, we could say all things being according to budget, moving forward, that could have been a piece that we could have slid into a reserve fund.
Right.
And a couple of highlights here. If you flip to, and I didn't write these pages down, but if you flip about 5 pages, and we're looking at the end of the all departments section of the report, ending fund balance, and if you look in the lower right corner, you'll see a figure of $161 million. Find that. Just want to let you know that that's up from 159.7. So when you're looking at big picture financials, a slightly growing fund balance over time is better than a slightly declining fund balance over time. So those are all county funds. So that's going according to plan. And, okay, if you flip about 4 more pages and find ARPA Fund 200, Commissioner Adair, this will get to your answer to your question. ARPA Fund 200. And you'll notice in about the 2 center columns, we had a budget of $19 million in revenue coming in. And you can see that we have $19.2 million that actually came in. Now, these are funds that were received in May, but we didn't book them as a revenue in May. We booked them as a deferred revenue in our books and then converted into a revenue in May because we weren't going to spend it until this fiscal year. So that's why that shows up as a $19 million revenue there. And then, just to get to your specific question, you can see the spending down here down below. And $100,000 has been spent in this ARPA category, services to disproportionately impacted communities. Public health, that's the $1,355,000. Those are the expenditures, I believe, entirely for the contact tracing and it's the activity, the contact tracing, administration, the temps that have been on board. So Nahad mentioned it this morning, we spent about $1.5 million. That's what that number is, the 1.355. About another $500,000 to go. So he mentioned 1.5 today. This is 1.355 at the end of December. That's the relationship there. So as you can see, we still have a lot of dollars to get out. We're working through the contract processing and getting those contracts set up. We have probably 12 more to issue, and then we'll begin seeing more of the spending actually occurring. All right, and then let's see, if you flip to Health Services, Public Health, Fund 274, 4 or 5 pages further. Just a real quick note here, as we continue on through the year, we continue to refine our revenue and expense projections. So If you can find the projection for expense, for resources, you'll find 11,480,000. So that is actually a slight increase of about $125,000 from the previous month. So these numbers will continue to float around, but this was a slight increase in revenue projection. And then down below, they've also reprojected their expenditures, and they've reduced their expenditure projections. So the sum of a little bit of an increase in revenue and a fairly substantial decrease in expenditures changes their fund balance projection from last month of about 2.5 million to 3.2 million this month. So,
Greg, I do have a question. On the CCBHC, we have like 2.1 million in the budget with zero actually received, and then you've got a footnote on it on B. Anyway, it's reimbursed on a quarterly basis, but wouldn't we have gotten 1 quarter in? This is on Fund 274, Behavioral Health.
oh, CCBH, I see it.
Well, actually, it's projected not even to come through this account then.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. 2.4 B. Yeah, you would expect to see, so that's, something's changed there. Let me, I'll mark that as a follow-up item.
Okay, so there's like, there's 450,000 on 274 for CCBHC, but then it's saying that really that's supposed to be like 36,000, so.
Well, I know somebody in health services that would know the answer to that.
And then we have the other CCBHC on the other page for 274 that showed 2.6 million, and then you're actually saying that's going to end up at 200,000. So, yeah, where is our funding for that coming through?
All right, I'll get back, thank you, I'll get back to you on that one. And I think that, well, hang on, we got, one more note I want to bring up, and if you flip to the county fair.
I noticed they're down like 4 employees. Is that an issue?
I don't know. I know they just hired their events coordinator position. That was one of their positions that were down. But I don't think that was filled until after the December timeframe. That could be one of them.
Oh, and Greg, I did have a question about solid waste. I was asking Nick about it. I noticed that it was actually at 50%, and the year is 50%. I was going to pull out December 31st of last year and see if we were at 50% at that point in time too. You know, how this is such an economic indicator. And I'm wondering.
Oh, you said you did, or you're wondering?
No, I'm going to. I didn't have time this morning to do that, but I was going to pull it out and see what it was at last year at, 12/31.
Gotcha. On the revenue side.
Yeah, just because, that number truly says what's happening.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think the weather was that bad in December.
Yeah, I will follow up on that one as well. Okay, on the county fair, if you flip a couple more pages, and if you can find the annual county fair, the calendar year report, the one that's represents the actual income and expenses of the fair itself.
Page 217.
Okay, 432,151. I'm told that they are done with expenses for the year. They've fully paid off the fair or all the expenses to do with the fair and have recorded all the revenue. So it's again, we've talked about this a few times, but what a great thing to celebrate, ending up a fair year that was put together at the very last minute, and to come out financially okay, or not even just okay. There may have been only one in the last 10 years, one fair that's done this well, and especially compared to the 2020 fair, which we just really struggled.
They put it together in like 69 days, because I was at the meeting, and Jeff is saying, no, we can do it, and, congratulations to the association, how hard they worked, and to the fair, their leadership, the employees. He pulled in some really amazing people that I think are going to be there for the future. So.
I think so too. So kudos to them for that. That was great. And that's the end of my report. Unless you have any questions. I'll get back to you on those 2 items.
So we have like 1.2 or 1.3 million projected in the capital reserve for the fair. Are they doing anything this year to improve the fairgrounds? Do we know?
So, I don't know that, but I was sitting on there was a committee, I was participating in the committee a couple of years ago that was talking about the master plan at the time, and this was a component of that, but I have not heard that come back up. Formally, I haven't been part of that, but I can certainly reach out to Jeff and ask.
Well, we have a footnote. It says it's $388,000 that they're going to spend, but it's a placeholder and for projects to be recommended and approved. So we haven't really approved anything?
I have not heard of anything.
Okay. Because I know there's some things that we really do need to spiff up.
Greg, I know there's a line item somewhere, like a park account. Is that in the fairgrounds costs, Fair and Expo cost centers, or is that somewhere else?
Are you thinking RV park?
It might be RV park, but I mean, there's a park fund, like that has something like $300,000 in it or something like that.
It's page 220.
So if you look at the RV park, which is Fund 618, so this is the operating, this is the income statement effectively of the RV park.
Right.
And the next page, 619, is the actual park reserve.
Yeah, so you'll see that, this may not be what you were asking, Commissioner.
No, there's state money that's coming to us that we're putting into into a pot on an annual basis, and I was just wondering if the vague information I have about it rung any bells with you, but I can do some more homework and ask you more.
Okay, great.
I know the state funding, they were asking for like over 100,000 for each state county fair, and I don't think that was approved through the legislature. It's usually like 50,000 that every county gets for their fair.
Yes, we have a line item in there for that as well. Yeah, ours is 52,000.
Okay, yeah, 52.
That's the budget. We received 53,167 to be precise.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, Craig.
You betcha. Thank you.
Thank you for all your help today.
You're welcome. That was a good day.
Well, it was very productive. Okay. Do we have Steve Dennison, I believe, is on? Steve, we're now on item number 11.
Good afternoon, Commissioner DeBonne, Commissioner Adair, Commissioner Chang. For the record, Steve Dennison, Deschutes County Clerk, County Clerk's Office. And just a point of clarification, I believe this request was on the consent agenda this morning, and I'm not sure if it was out of order or not, but wanted to point it out as a potential timing discrepancy of approval or discussion items for items 11 and 12.
Thanks, Steve. Yes, item 1, we should have packaged with both of these, which the board did approve this morning. So thanks for raising that, and thanks to Sharon Keith for reminding me to make sure that we package these together. So that one has been approved, but I'll turn it back over to you and the board for discussion of items 11 and 12.
Yeah, so yeah, for clarity, so then item 11 is basically the discussion to be done before we pass the item we did on the consent agenda.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, so because, and we got to see both items, so they did hang together, but out of order. So the other one, number 12, it sounds like is.
Yes. So we can go on then
Next
to
position.
item number 12? How does that sound?
Sounds great to me. And I can discuss both as I find that they do relate to one another. But yeah, thank you all for your time and consideration to pass this resolution to address the staffing for the elections portion of our county clerk's office. As we've discussed over the last few years during budget meetings and reported during quarterly performance measure updates, our county has seen an enormous growth in the number of registered voters that we support. We're currently almost at 155,000 active registered voters, and this number is more than 50%. It's 50% more than where we were 6 years ago. So it's obviously an enormous growth. But even with this, our staffing level has remained consistent. We have one dedicated elections administrative support technician, along with an election supervisor. And this ratio, as discussed previously, of FTE to registered voters is among the highest among comparably sized counties throughout the state. As this does show that we run an efficient operation, it presents a great deal of risk, and by having minimal backup and continuity. Our one elections deputy, Melody Kirk, who has worked for our office, for the county clerk's office for over 20 years, is retiring this August. So that's driven a lot of this conversation. The first part of our request for your consideration is the backfill of Melody's position of an administrative support technician, so that the new employee may learn our operation from a long-term elections veteran during the upcoming May primary election, while also allowing them to learn other non-election cycle related procedures after that, right up until Melody's retirement date this summer. The second part of our request is for that additional FTE to work as another elections administrative support technician. And this part of the request is similar to the first part. As we have that 155,000 registered voters, the day-to-day volume of work has grown exponentially over the last few years. And what this means is that each address change, party update, return card or letter from each voter, undeliverable ballots, and each one of those pieces needs to be processed with the same care and procedures they traditionally have been. And naturally, we need more people to do this. The number of ballots we send out is greater. In turn, we tabulate more ballots than ever. We archive more materials than ever, and we simply have outgrown this as a two-person operation. Bringing in new staff members aboard now to learn during a live election means that they'll gain crucial experience right away. And as each of you know, elections don't happen. We don't have the same amount of elections every year. We only have a few scheduled each year, and this translates to limited training opportunities. Would like to use this upcoming election to bring staff up to speed while we still have a person on board that knows the role better than anyone. And just the one more staffing note from the clerk's office. Back in 2014, we had 10.75 full-time employees. This requested additional FTE would bring us to 11, just that 0.25 increase in staffing in the course of 18 years. The volume justifies the volume of work justifies these requests, and I thank you again for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Steve. Let's hope that you can find a really good candidate, and what a great training to work with someone who has been in this role for a long time. So, yes, wishing you all the best as long as we pass this.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I would just add that the chart comparing Deschutes County to other counties and the registered voters per FTE was very helpful to just re-emphasize the fact that you all are doing a lot with very few people right now.
Oh, and because Nancy Blankenship, who retired after 19 years, I do think this is quite indicative that you have inherited a very tight-run organization. So, definitely you're going to need that extra quarter person.
Thank you. Yeah, Nancy certainly set us up for success, and we're just trying to keep it moving and keep the ship sailing along the way she's set course.
Definitely. I hope she's enjoying her bucket list.
I think she is.
Motion today for the approval of the FTE, or is that coming around?
It looks like it's coming up in the future, so if the board's inclined to support it, it's helpful just to have the indication of support, and then we'll bring the resolution back for formal board approval on a consent agenda.
Okay.
I'm supportive also. I know the next thing is going to be elbow room over there, but one thing at a time.
So does someone want to make a
Correct.
motion and then?
I think it's just acknowledging the support to be brought back to the board.
Okay.
The board's indicating support, and so, yeah, so Steve, just coordinate with finance on the resolution to add to a consent agenda at an upcoming meeting.
There'll be something like item number 1.
Exactly. Yep.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks for thinking ahead, and good luck finding that employee.
Thank you all very much. Thanks for your time and consideration. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Kyle, welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Of course. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Kyle Collins, Associate Planner, Community Development Department. The action item I'm here to discuss is a work session in preparation for an upcoming public hearing that'll be held next Wednesday, February 2nd.
Can I say something?
Of course.
I just want to thank you for being here. I know you've been with the county for a while, and we so appreciate people and their loyalty to our county. Anyway, I just want to thank you. I think so many times we don't thank people and recognize that you are appreciated. So.
Well, thank you. You're very welcome.
Are you blushing?
No. Moving forward, the upcoming public hearing, as I said, next Wednesday is to discuss a quasi-judicial applicant-initiated plan amendment zone change. This is very similar, actually, to the public hearing the board held this morning. It's a slightly different project in this sense, only in the sense that it's further outside of the City of Bend's urban growth boundaries. It's in relationship to two 40-acre properties that are currently designated exclusive farm use. The specific request from the applicant in this case is to change the comprehensive plan designation on those properties from what is currently agricultural to rural residential exception area, and a corresponding zone change to change the properties from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural. This upcoming public hearing is one of two required hearings. The first was held in front of the Deschutes County Hearings Officer back in September, and a decision recommending approval from the hearings officer was issued in November of last year. We had a little bit of testimony during the initial public hearing. Haven't received any additional comments from the public once the issuance of that hearings officer decision back in November, but I do expect there to be some additional public testimony next week. With that, I can open it up to any questions that the board may have. As you can see over here on the wall, we have a big blown up aerial perspective of where those two properties are, and each of the commissioners has a smaller printout as well to show the context. So you can see each of them are about just over a mile east of the City of Bend's urban growth boundary, in between the UGB and the Bend Airport.
Thank you for this map. This is great.
Of course.
So you may or may not have this information at your fingertips, or this may be something to prep for the hearing process. But I read in the packet about questions about the quality of the soil data, and do you have anything to say about that? Like, is there? I guess I'm trying to understand, what grounds someone would have to question the quality of the soil data, and is there any reason for us to, take a closer look at that?
I can give a very general answer to that question. I wouldn't want to read too far into public testimony that was provided by another party, but what I can say is, as a very general rule, the way these types of applications are evaluated is by the submission of a supplemental soils report, has to be prepared by a professional soil scientist with all the relevant credentials. That's then vetted by the Department of Land Conservation and Development at a state level to approve what the methodology for the report is. And then they verify those specific methodological points and then the ultimate findings of those before we actually begin our local review. The specific general comments that I was trying to summarize as a part of my memorandum today were just comments that were brought up throughout that initial public hearing process. So I don't have any specific reason to believe that the soils report presented by the applicant is faulty in any way. And in fact, it's been vetted by the Department of Land Conservation Development, as I reiterated earlier, as just a general part of the approval process.
Got it. Okay. It was just a concern that was raised, and you've just given us the background to kind of vouch for the validity of the soils report.
Correct. And again, I'm not a soil scientist, but I rely on the experts predominantly at the state level to give us basically a confirmation that the methodology is sound.
So just acknowledging the hearings officer approval, and that process is a de novo hearing, so anything can be on the record. And this is the second time that it happens in front of the Board of Commissioners, required to be happening for state land use. And we haven't, deliberated on the previous one yet, but, either adopting the hearings officer decision wholly or changing it slightly with the information we would receive. I'm just thinking kind of big picture for both of these that we just saw, because we're in the middle of one and we're going to start the next one. It'd just be interesting, I'm just, for my fellow commissioners, thinking, is there anything in that hearings officer decision that, would change? Just saying, that's our domain. That's where we make a decision.
That's correct. That's the general process.
Okay.
And
So,
the other question I would have, so there's no canal anywhere near this, and this property does not have water rights.
That's correct. Yeah, no history of water rights associated with either of these two properties.
So maybe can you help me think through the, when we talked, as I say, a previous discussion, it was, 30-something acres, which could be broken into 310s or a cluster development was, being talked about. So these are 40, so 410s is the next possible, is the possible density, or that cluster development approval also 65% open space requirement, correct?
That's correct, yeah. So if the zoning designation were changed to multiple use agricultural, the kind of minimum acreage requirement is 10 acres. So each of these 40-acre parcels could technically be split into 4.
And there's nothing about 3s or 5s. There's 10 is it. That's the hard stop, state land use. Because I know that we have rural residential and MUA that are less than, but that's because they were like that before.
Those are generally historical properties, yes.
Historical,
They
before
divided
platting.
Before the modern rules were in place. But yes, there is also the possibility on each of these properties for a cluster-style development, which could potentially add maybe one additional lot in some cases to each of them. But again, that's not the specific proposal for each of these.
Yeah,
but
this is
but
just
that
the
is in
zone
realm.
change. But I mean, it was just a function of the discussion today was, okay, well, what's the density? What's the possibility? And yeah. 10s, yeah, it's kind of a hard stop at 10 or a cluster development, which would maybe, I don't know if it's double it or whatever the calculation is. I'm not sure offhand.
It's generally, it's likely not going to be.
This is Nick's world, Mr.
The other change with going from EFU to MUA 10 is the potential for rural accessory dwelling units if and when
Okay, there you
the
go.
board adopts that, because
Even
these
if it's a
parcels would be
10-acre
greater than
parcel.
2 acres, they could conceivably comply with those standards as well.
That is a possibility as well, yes.
Thank you. That's interesting.
no, that's what's really fabulous, is that the ADU possibility, any of those, 2,000 2-acre lots that are in that zoning that can add an ADU, it's amazing.
But that's a good point, though. That's a
Yeah.
reason, because we were talking about, what does the state allow? What would a minimum size be? Is there reasons you might do differently in the, more restrictive in the county, which would mean larger opportunities? But yeah, 10 is, that's interesting. A bit of information for us to be remembering.
Just because you were asking about the potential outcomes, not that that's a
Yep.
decision
No, that's
point,
very
but just so
valuable.
you have that information.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. Yes, thank you.
Kyle, so in the public agency comments, I didn't see any from the city of Bend, and this is a lot farther from the UGB than the other proposed zone change that we're looking at. But this is actually really close to the airport. So I'm wondering, did we give the city an opportunity to give comment, particularly whoever at the city is responsible for the management of the airport?
Yeah, so we actually did solicit comments from both the managers of the Bend Airport in this case, as well as representatives from the city of Bend more generally, both as part of the notice of application, which is kind of the very first step in any type of noticing process associated with land use files, as well as soliciting comments or participation during either of the public hearings. Thus far, we haven't received any comments, though.
Got it. Okay. They had their chance. Or
Good. Any other questions? Okay, so this is next Wednesday then.
Correct, yes, this will be next Wednesday.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle.
Of course.
Thank you again for being here with Deschutes County,
Absolutely.
helping Peter.
Board ready for me?
Yes, Eric.
Good,
Item number, what is it? Number 14.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator. For your consideration is a draft remote work program. I'll provide an overview of the policy, and what we are requesting today is, if the board supports it, to approve County Administrator signature on the policy. As the board knows, the county went to a lot of remote work with the COVID pandemic. Our IT department rolled out the virtual VPN, virtual something network, the remote work connectivity very quickly in response to the pandemic. Working with HR, we came up with a remote work policy during COVID. And what this policy does is it replaces that one and makes it makes it a regular county policy. The purpose of the policy is to meet productivity expectations, reduce office space, and the impact on county infrastructure. It also provides flexible work opportunities, and it's not intended to be a guaranteed right or benefit to employees. Although employees really enjoy the program, we wanted to make sure that it remains a management right. Also, remote work is becoming more of how we do business, and is helpful in terms of employee retention and attraction. The draft policy goes through a number of things. The first important thing is remote work is not suitable for all positions. The policy outlines some criteria that departments can use to determine if a position is eligible for remote work. The policy talks about different types of remote work. There are cases, and this is under section E of the policy on page 2. There's remote work from within Central Oregon. The first type is where it happens periodically, or what we're calling hybrid remote work. And then the other situation is what is termed fully remote work. And in that case, the employee works remotely more than 75% of the time. And in those cases, the employee's work location changes to where they're working the 75% of the time. And in most cases, it will be the employee's residence. When that happens, there are some implications or things we have to work through in terms of when the employee drives from their primary work location, the residence, into a county office. So there's information about that. And then the second type of remote work is when the remote work is occurring outside of Central Oregon. And it outlines when that's appropriate. And in general, it's intended to be for short durations of time periods, because we want to be careful that the employee's work location does not change to be outside of Central Oregon, because it has some implications when they commute into the county. The next section Section F talks about eligibility and expectations on the.
Quick comment about
Yes.
the remote work outside of Central Oregon. I just think of, corporate America and startups, they celebrate that, hey, I'm in the middle of nowhere and I'm working for my New York City company or whatever. But, being the people's business, a public agency, the services are very local. It does make sense not to, be authorizing work locations anywhere around the world.
Yeah, and part of that, in addition to what you point out, we have to be careful that the employee does not become an employee of another state, because when that happens, then we become a multi-state employer, and we have to pay payroll taxes in that other state. We have to follow their unemployment rules, their wage and hour rules. If they're in Pennsylvania, the employee has to pay taxes, and so that's another one of the drivers for being careful that we don't become a multi-state employer.
Interesting, isn't it?
Can I actually ask about that phrase you just used? Because I circled the word when I read it in this staff memo, an employee of another state. I mean, I first read that and I said, well, no, they're an employee of the county. Like, is that the official terminology for, you paying taxes in another state, as an employee? I guess I was wondering whether it should say becoming an employee in another state as opposed to of another state.
Yeah, we could play around with the wording on that. I mean, it's intended to say that they become taxes, or they have to pay taxes to that other state, and we would have to pay payroll taxes to that other state.
Yeah, no, I definitely, I understand the intent. I was just, like, the wording was, on first read, it was confusing for me.
Yeah, we'll be happy to modify that wording. Which section is that, please, Commissioner Chang?
Section E, item C.
Let's see.
Item C.
Commissioner, can I just add a clarifier to that? So
Yeah.
when an employee, the way that the law is written, Kathleen Hinman, HR Director for the record. So the way that the law is written is that when an employee is employed in the state in which the work occurs, right? And so that's kind of what we're trying to get in front of in terms of, so for instance, if we have an employee who's in Washington, state of Washington, and maybe is yet to move to Central Oregon, or maybe isn't going to move, we actually have to employ them under all of the laws, the taxes, the regulations, everything of Washington. And so we're just not set up to be that type of employer. Yeah.
Yeah, understood. Again, I was just, when I read what the wording was, confusing to me, and I was wondering if that was actually the official legal terminology you're supposed to use, or whether that was just kind of our first attempt at describing that situation.
I think it's our first attempt at describing that. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll work on that.
The other thing I'd like to add is if the board approves this policy, there might be some nuances come up, and so we may be back here in a couple of months saying, oops, we didn't anticipate something, and we need to update the policy or correct something, because this is very much new to us. other than we've been doing it for a couple of years.
Well, I'm sure, yeah, HR people around the world are digesting this. It's a whole different mode, which was kind of out there, but we're definitely using it more. And then, our state of Oregon, other public employers are going to be in a spot where, well, let's not, there is a term of art or a reason we say it like this. It'll be interesting to see it evolve slightly over time.
Yeah, and we did pull policies from other agencies, including the state of Oregon, and that was very helpful. In fact, we have an addendum to the draft policy that talks about the compensable travel that we pulled from the state, because they did a very nice job of explaining that.
I had to go get a piece of paper off the printer.
You think about those there's, I believe, like 6 million tax returns or some crazy number that have not gone through the process yet for 2020. And you think about those athletes that, play games in every different, on all these different states. And can you imagine the complexity of filing their tax returns? Because I believe you have to allocate where you earn the money, you have to pay tax within that state.
Yeah, different states have that.
Oh, what a nightmare.
In Oregon, some pro athletes live in Vancouver, Washington for tax reasons.
But then they're playing the game in Portland.
Yes.
So, I know. It's very, very, very confusing. Or complicated.
The rest of the policy just talks about remote work expectations and the environment that employees would be working remotely. There's a section on information security that has some general guidance, but also points to an existing county policy, the IT-1. And then there's a process and evaluation. And finally, there's a program agreement that the employee, their supervisor, department head will sign. That agreement has not been drafted yet. We're waiting until the policy is approved, and then we'll draft that. That's a summary of the proposed policy.
Gosh, and did we start doing this like 2 years ago, almost?
Yeah, it was, I remember Joe Sidoni said, well, we were planning on rolling this out in about a 6-month time period, but because of the need, we're going to crank it out in about 2 weeks. And they did a phenomenal job helping employees get situated at home and working on the network and the connectivity.
In section I, process and evaluation, there's this item 3, the availability to attend meetings in person. And I was just trying to figure out whether that goes far enough in terms of there's a certain amount of relationship that needs to be built between supervisors and employees, and just among employees, on a team. And this item 3, it gets at that. You're expected to be able to make it to a point to meetings, but I'm wondering whether it might be helpful, and I don't know whether this is getting into like wording that's too mushy, but to really talk about you develop the face-to-face working relationships that you need to build with people that are necessary to do your job well. Being available for meetings is like a measurable thing, but your relationships is a little bit more intangible.
No, I think that's a good suggestion, and we'll be happy to add another item under that to capture that, because it is important. It's beyond just meetings. And I mean, I find that certain employees, it's like, oh, they're in today, I want to go talk to them face to face. So we'll be happy to add that item.
Yeah, I think what we have in there is the bare minimum, right? In terms of you have to be available for meetings and access, but you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll add that.
So as soon as I think of a remote work policy, I think of productivity and the definition of work. What is the work product? Are we doing more or less than we have in the past? Over time, are we, doing more with less, or automating something? Because this could change some trajectory slowly about what are we even doing, why are we doing it, and how are we getting it done? So just the importance of, yeah, very much, the relationship of the management, employee, and the definition of what's allowed and what's not. This is, yeah.
Yeah, it is an evolving
Challenging.
process,
Yep.
absolutely.
And if you're sick, you're not able to function, it's not possible to keep working. That seems kind of interesting. I mean, you know, if you just, let's say you're contagious, but you really just have a cold.
No, actually,
So that's exactly getting at that, is how sick are you, right? I mean, at this point, if you have a cold, at least in my team, you know, we encourage the remote work during that period of time. But if it's so much so that it's debilitating, right, you're not able to function or work, then you're not remote working, right?
You should be taking sick time.
Exactly, that's why we have it, exactly.
Yes.
there is a provision that allows for that. If an employee has a mild illness, for example, a mild cold or mild cough, or is recovering from a short-term medical condition and is still able to work at full capacity, remote work is an option.
For me, trying to figure out what's a workable policy and what's not a workable policy. I mean, the bottom line is the productivity, which I actually think productivity. When I hear the word productivity, I primarily think about quantity, but also the quality. So the quantity and quality of your work meeting certain kinds of benchmarks or expectations, and I think that you've done a really good job of crafting this in a way that there are, there's ways to evaluate, the quality and quantity of work that people are doing. So, but ultimately, that in my mind, that's the bottom line on whether a policy like this is going to work or not. Are we ensuring that we're not losing quality or quantity of work?
Yeah. And also something that I've noticed in the field of local government is because so many processes are automated now, that a lot of the productivity can be measured in those systems. I mean, the district attorney's office has the case management program. Of course, we have Munis, and the health department has the medical records. And so because of the automation throughout our county departments assists in that overseeing the productivity and being able to measure it.
And I would give kudos to our supervisors and managers out there over these past few years who had to learn how to manage remote workers when we didn't necessarily. And we have definitely engaged with folks who have held staff accountable, who maybe weren't meeting that quality and quantity piece, and have either, have worked with them on that. So, there is definitely oversight occurring there for sure.
Is there best practices training, for managing remote workers that at this point, or is it too early in this whole kind of evolution of this phenomenon across the country that we can give supervisors access to?
There is. Is there good training? I think is kind of the next piece, right? And it's actually something that we just discussed at our last public sector partner training group. Is that something that we're looking for? Is that we would like to engage in, because all of us have agreed in terms of our public sectors that this is a component that will likely be with us, this remote work. And so having training specific to that is actually a topic that we'll start to bring into our catalogs.
Are other jurisdictions coming online with published policies like this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In fact, we grabbed a handful or a dozen from others.
Great, okay.
To help us draft this policy.
We're not in the bleeding edge of I'm referring to the policy itself. I mean,
Yes.
We've been offering this opportunity.
I do have a question. So I know that with COVID, people are really having a hard time with childcare. It says remote work is not a substitute for childcare. But we know in today's world that sometimes your childcare facility will tell you, like at 8 that night, the night before, that, hey, I'm sorry, but we're closed for a couple days. So isn't there like flexibility there?
Yes. In fact, the policy starts out by saying that it's not a substitute, and then there's a few sentences that address those possibilities, and it says, however, in limited situations, remote work may be approved to allow employee to be at home with a sick child or to allow for dependent or family care, such as, and then there's examples when it could be appropriate. I mean, if you have a sick child who is of a certain age, maybe they're in high school, they don't need a lot of attention, but it's good to be home with them. Or we've heard about other situations where an employee wanted to be home with their spouse in case their spouse fell. So that the spouse does not need any care, but it's more of in the case of an emergency. So we do have those allowances in there.
Commissioner Adair, would you like them to specifically list, unforeseen closure of childcare as a?
Well, I just think it's a current problem that we're all dealing with. I don't want anyone to feel that there's a problem. I mean, I remember when I brought my son to the office, and I think at 1:30 they said I could go home because it was,
You're out of here.
Oh, he goes like, it was like tax season, and he had the adding machine tape like all over, and I was getting my work done, but yeah. So you've been on both sides of it, and I just want people to know that truly we understand in today's world.
Yeah, and the policy, the way it's written is it provides some examples, but that allows for other situations to be approved.
Okay, well, I just,
I think that.
Oh, the memories.
that was a great memory. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I was just going to offer that earlier this month, I think just after the new year, there was a great segment on remote work on 60 Minutes. And they interviewed, it was either the CEO or president of LinkedIn, who talked about it. And one of the statistics, and I shared this with department heads at our meeting earlier in the month, was that pre-pandemic, 1 out of every 67 U.S. workers worked remotely. And they're seeing post-pandemic, it's going to be 1 out of every 7. It's just this monumental shift of what we're seeing, which is so fascinating. But one of the things that Eric has done, in particular with support of Kathleen and all of us, is to work with department heads so carefully on this policy in so many different ways. And if the board approves it today, one of the next big steps is certainly communicating this, not just to department heads, but then it's going to be the department heads communicating it to their staff, and really so that people understand what it means and where and how. And I think, Commissioner Chang, one of the things you mentioned is about the relationships being so important. And one of the things that, for example, that Peter's doing with community development was that code enforcement has has been a hybrid of in the office and remote. It's been a mix. But with so many new staff starting, he really wants them together so they can build and learn from each other, at least for several months, many months. So it's going to be a fluid policy and process, and it provides a lot of flexibility to our department heads, who I think really make great decisions anyway, as they implement this within each department. And as we've discussed and you've heard, it's going to be, it goes both ways with department heads. There's real challenges because they have to really manage productivity and our relationships with the community and implementing the board's goals and objectives, and they have a lot of work to do. On the other hand, it provides so much more flexibility with our employees and our workforce, and the ability to really achieve greater results in different environments that we may not have previously used. So it's going to be very interesting. I think Eric's exactly right. We very well could be back here in a few months of, here was an unintended consequence. What's working, what's not. I think we need to begin to track this and report this to the board about how's this working as a county. It's formalizing something we've been doing now for almost a couple of years, and it's a big change and big shift for us, but I think a very good one.
Nick, what you just the situation you just described makes me want to ask another question, which is, do we account for new employees with this policy? I mean, I know that somewhere in here it says you have to have a performance evaluation that says you're meeting expectations, which I assume mean that if you're a brand new employee, you can't have a performance evaluation on file. So
Yeah, in fact, under that section F, item number 3 partially covers that. The employee must have adequate job knowledge to work independently or remotely. And so that's one of the criteria that we expect departments to factor into or consider. I think on earlier versions, we actually had if you're on probation, you can't work remotely, and then through feedback from departments, part of it's sometimes it's a workforce attraction where, a lot of new employees, that's a question, is can I work remotely? And if the policy did not allow that for the first year, then that could impact our ability to recruit employees. But certainly that job knowledge is very important. And if an employee is still learning their job, then it may be a little bit longer before the department allows them to work remotely.
I think one of the, it's sort of interesting, it's, through my career, looking at policies, the policies that are always most difficult are like remote work, dress policies, things like that, right? When we talk about anti-harassment, anti-discrimination, creating those policies aren't quite as controversial. Typically, it's something like this, where we're trying to create one policy that touches on so many different situations, right? So we have the new employee, we have the existing employee, we also have the employees who are having difficulty finding housing, and so they're working from their current space in Salem, right, or something. And it allows them to start working with us sooner. And so it was trying to take all of the needs and wants and feedback from all of the departments, kind of create something that has some structure and expectation around it, but also has enough flexibility to meet all of those different sort of scenarios.
Well, and I was just kind of thinking, I definitely go into a mode when I'm at the office, I'm checking the phone, the email, calling people back. When I'm at home, I just don't do some of that, and I do some of that, but I don't get into the mode as much at home. So it's a commitment though, too, having a space to work in, getting focused, being uninterrupted, being productive. So it's not going to work for everybody. Some people are going to want it in the worst way, and they're just not going to be able to. They don't live their life where it's going to fall into place, and so we need to see it go both ways too.
I know when I work at home, I shut the door and then my cat scratches. And then now my dog, Betsy, has decided that she wants to be with me too. So, and then you got the cat's tail on the Zoom call. But they're pretty good, at least, yes.
That's what the she shed is for, is to be outside without the animals.
Oh, I don't want to, I got
I
to be warm enough.
Set up at our house.
I got to be warm, so that's the important thing.
We get to see people's living space.
Oh, yeah.
Art on their wall and.
Now, you see people's bedrooms. I noticed that for some calls. I'm like, okay.
I know there was stuff in here about a workspace with no distractions, but we didn't specifically say anything about pets.
No.
We want to be pro pets.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, remember pet insurance.
Work with your pet at home today, yeah.
Are we ready for a motion?
I think so, are we? Do we have a motion?
I move approval of county administrator signature on remote work policy.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Mr. Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So I just think we have to, because there are going to be unintended consequences, that we have to perhaps amend this if,
Yes, we'll be watching it closely.
Yeah, you have to watch it closely. I mean, truly, to hear from 1 to 67 to 1 to 7 is an enormous switch, but, productivity and camaraderie, and just remember our Christmas breakfast that we had. We had a lot of people at that breakfast, and we see most everybody most of the time, so it was great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Kathleen.
And Commissioners, if I could just offer one correction from earlier. Item number 1 that the board approved under consent actually did approve both of our clerk, Steve Dennison's requests.
Okay.
For both 11 and 12, so we don't need to bring anything back.
need to bring it back.
I had forgotten that the second position.
I was looking at it, and in the length, and the,
Yeah.
it looked very familiar from one to, but I thought I had just missed something, so.
Well, the good news was, it kind of got moved from Monday. Otherwise, remember how long Monday's meeting went, and thank goodness we moved it. So I guess next time we'll have to be more careful about moving things. I mean, we just knew Monday was going to be,
We did.
we thought it was going to be full, but it was fuller.
But I think we've heard about that topic in the past, because I mean, I was like, oh, okay, we've talked about the needs up there, and the complete package was there, so.
Do we have any other items? Commissioner DeBonne, did you have any?
Last week, I was able to attend, or just do a tour of the warming shelter in the city of La Pine. So that was a really good opportunity to see the operations. A couple people working there. It's based at a facility that Neighbor Impact invested in, and they're leasing it back to a church with a commitment to have a warming shelter. So it's a really, really good facility for that area. Sisters, may want to maybe even look at something like that and understand what's going on there, what happened there.
Neighbor Impact is the funder for the winter warming shelter in Sisters already.
The building's owned by Neighbor Impact in La Pine.
Yeah, that would be really nice.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, there's examples around in other small towns, Also, this morning, I did stop by our, whatever we call it, the shelter here in Bend. So about 8 o'clock, I was there, talked to the staff and understanding what's going on currently. And one of my questions was, are they fully utilized? And they said, oh, absolutely. Plus, sometimes they have more people than beds, obviously. So just good to talk to them and understand exactly what's going on right now. So that was at the warming shelter here in Bend.
Oh, good. I actually remember we sent those letters out to RV parks and hoping that maybe someone, well, tomorrow the Green Acres owner is going to come in and he wants to expand and meet with Peter and I. So very excited about that possibility. I believe he's owned it for 19 years. And he said, oh, yeah, I've really wanted to do something for quite a while. So excited to have that. And yesterday we had our COVA meeting. Nick was on. Greg came on and talked about room tax revenue. And I don't know if you remember originally last year when COVA had all that accumulated funding, and, Julia, I had said to Julia at that time, really, Julia, you need to set up like a reserve account just in case things go downhill so that you have some kind of a cushion. And, I didn't think we really expected her to spend all that money, but, be more conservative. And then Greg got on. So I think we're continuing to look at that in the future, what they can do. But it was great having their auditor on. He had some excellent points, and their books were actually audited. The prior year, it was a review, so they did an audit. Things were fine. It was a clean audit, but he had some good suggestions. Were you on when he was talking, Nick?
I was there the full time, and Greg and I have the meeting with Julia scheduled for tomorrow to begin to discuss the funds and what it looks like going forward in terms of our agreement with COVA and what options may be going forward in terms of do we sustain the formula that we have, or do we look at maybe a more stable funding that is more of what their base funding is with a CPI, and then they would ask for special requests like others do. So they asked, as you heard, is it a collaborative approach, or is the county just going to make this decision? And of course, we said collaborative approach. We want this to work for everybody. And we're not thinking about it just coming out of the pandemic, but we're really thinking about other potential natural disasters and whatnot going forward, the fire or smoke event or something of that nature, where we can all just have a more stable funding level that they can budget and count on. But we'll have that we'll start the discussion tomorrow and to keep the board informed, and ultimately a board decision.
So that's great. You're meeting with Julia, and I'm meeting with Green Acres, so sounds like a win-win.
Nick, just on that, I very much support a collaborative approach, but at the same time, there's, the transient room tax revenue just keeps going up. It has continued to go up for us. So I would very much support a stable funding level for COVA to do their work, But if, if the transient room tax revenue keeps going up for, there'd be opportunities, like you're saying, to hold those additional funds for special projects within the eligible categories of what that couple of % of TRT is can be used for.
Exactly, and one of the things that Greg and I've started to talk about today in our weekly meeting was if we were to keep the formula and it were to increase, one of the things we'll share is that there could be greater board expectations of what that money would be used for. As Commissioner Adair mentioned yesterday, are you contributing to the trails?
Right.
So you're right, there could be, it's not just a matter of providing more money for base funding or for staffing, there may be other requirements that would come with it. So it's the start of a discussion tomorrow.
And then Kristen Miller actually pointed out that the population has gone up 2.5 times since she moved here. And what are locals doing as far as, trail use and damage? And I said, well, hopefully they would consider it their backyard and they would be, very aware and respectful of when they're using things. But of course they don't. I mean, I know our court system, 25% of the court system, I believe, is from the tourists. So they definitely have their lasting effects in Deschutes County, good and bad. So, any other items? Nick, anything? Oh,
We just have the
Whitney.
executive session at some point, but yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Whitney Hale, Administrative Services. I have a draft letter of support for the board's consideration, and Commissioner Chang, this is related to the email request that you received yesterday. I'm happy to introduce the request, or if you'd like to, I can certainly turn things over to you. Would you like me to provide an overview?
I routed that email to you.
Okay.
You know as much about it as I do.
Perfect. This is a request from the Central Oregon Disability Support Network. They're preparing a grant application to the Oregon Health Authority for funding that would support emergency preparedness efforts in Central Oregon. And they'd asked for consideration of board support for that, a letter of support for that grant application. And so based on the information that they provided, I've prepared a brief letter for the board's consideration. It sounds like we would need to get this back to them by Monday. Their timing was a little tight, so we turned this draft around quickly. I'm happy to share this with the board, and certainly we could follow up on this after today's meeting if that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as the draft letter states, the Central Oregon Disability Support Network is applying for funding to create emergency preparedness curriculum that is targeted for the populations that they serve, including families and caregivers of loved ones with disabilities and our houseless communities in Central Oregon. So I've reached out to their grant coordinator for a bit more information. That's why you'll see kind of X placeholders at the top of this draft letter, but given the timing, wanted to share it with the board today for any feedback.
I just don't, I'd love to know a little bit more about the organization. I don't have a connection.
Okay, and that's certainly something that staff can follow up with.
And I might know some of them. I don't know. Maybe it's the terminology. I don't know.
I'm guessing you would, various people who are engaged in ADA discussions in the region. That's a piece of what the Disability Support Network works on. But they also deal with like IDD, and so it's not just it's physical disabilities. It's IDD. Mental health.
Yeah, but who is the group? I guess that's,
Yeah.
I might know some of them, but I don't know who.
Right.
I don't understand the
I'm just
group.
trying to give examples of kind of where some of the places where they do advocacy right now,
Mhm.
and offer services. but I couldn't, the person who routed this request into my email box was a woman named Danielle McBain, who she does in past lives. She's been, a natural resource person, water resources consultant. She's been involved in trails work as well, but I don't think she's the executive director. She had some kind of role in the organization, and it's new because last time I talked to her, she was a natural resource person.
Mm-hmm.
So, knew me, so outreached and said, could you write us a letter of support for this?
And it looks like she's their program coordinator, and Danielle is who I reached out to this morning just to try to get a sense of a little bit more of the background here. So it's possible that I could try to do that over the next few days and share this further once I kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably supportive, and I'd like to know more. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
I mean, is it more like I wanted to check out their website for a little bit before I would sign on to this, or is it more like you want someone to give you a presentation, or?
No, just say hi to somebody.
I can certainly try and connect you with Danielle, Commissioner DeBone, and I'm sure
that's
they'd be
fine.
happy to do that.
And do they need this by Monday then, the 31st?
This, her initial email indicates that their application is due next Monday, January 31st. And so this week would be great timing for them. That being said, when I follow up with her, I can definitely explore kind of what the timing and options are.
Okay.
For this letter.
I mean, that should work, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, and we can route it for approval, and, as I say, I'll talk to her, and we can get it signed, and then acknowledge it next Monday, easy.
So they're really trying to get funding for emergency preparedness for this group of people? Is that what the goal is? I know.
It sounds like they would do specific training and curriculum development that's specific to families. And also for the houseless community, they mentioned peer-to-peer fire emergency preparedness training delivered in the community, and emergency kits are some of the things that they would be proposing to use grant funding for if they were awarded.
Well, it's always good to be prepared, right?
Yes.
And have your phone number on the right site so that you get the messages. Yes, definitely, I can agree with that. I mean, remember the go bags and everything, and when you have a special needs child, you've got to you truly have to think of more things. So, no, it sounds like,
Okay.
a worthwhile project.
Definitely. Well, I will track down some more information and connect a few folks, and we will follow up later this week with more information on this request, if that works for the board.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you, Whitney. So now, do we have an executive session?
We do.
Okay, so do we need to have everyone leave?
Make sure that our county counsel, there he is here, and